G'day,
We're
everyone.
live.
Hey, we're live, John. We're live. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Hope you're all well. Thanks for tuning in. And we're with a very special guest today, all the way from Oregon in the US of A, John Behan. G'day, mate. How are you? Pleased to meet you. And this has been a little while in the making, this one, but you're on, mate. We finally did it.
Oh, yeah. No, I see myself on the screen now. No, I appreciate it, Buck. And just for transparency's sake, Buck and I, we chatted the last half hour, and then earlier this week we tested this out. And so what did we have? Probably an hour-long conversation then, Buck. So we got a lot of ground to cover. But my name's John Behan. I just retired February 1st after 24 years in law enforcement locally. I live in the Pacific Northwest of Oregon on Mount Hood. How to relate that to somebody in Australia, I have no idea, but I live about 10 minutes from a ski resort. So I live on the side of Mount Hood. You know, snows a lot, rains a lot, that sort of thing. Buck and I have some eerily common or similar life experience in the fact that he, as a young man, joined the Army, Australian Army, and I, after high school, joined the Marine Corps here in the US of A. And then after that, I worked as a tradesman for a period of time. And then later on, I got hired as a police officer. So, I've, been married for 20 something years, have 3 kids, that sort of thing. They're all adults. We're empty nesters pretty much now. And we'll
mention the family soon, mate. We'll give them a shout out soon when we get to that.
Yeah, again, Risha, if you're listening, come up in the comments.
Risha's got she's got a funny a YouTube name there. We'll keep an eye out for it anyway. Andy Richards is on. I was just talking to John and I said, I don't know if the Poms will be on up there in the mother country. Andy Richards is on up in the UK. G'day, Andy. How are you, mate? And Steve W., he might be out walking his dog at the moment. I don't know. Andy, what time? You're 10 hours behind us. What's that make it? My brain hurts when I try to work timings out. It's a simple thing, but my brain hurts when I try to do simple stuff now.
Well, your math is much stronger than me because you at least told me when to come on.
Yeah, Gidgy Gorilla's on, John. That's my brother there, mate, Ken, who's also ex-Australian Army, and basically worked 23 years on the Black Hawks and then 10 years on our French helicopters, which have currently getting bulldozed into a big hole, and we're going back to the Black Hawks, which we should have bought when our old Black Hawks got too old. We should have upgraded the new Black Hawks, but no, someone got their pockets lined by the French, and we went with French helicopters, and it was a disaster. But anyway, we won't go down that rabbit hole. People, in
fairness to the American defense industry, they probably were lining plenty of people's pockets too.
Oh yeah, it happens, mate. Corruption at its finest. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah.
Oh, I just went to.
What's that?
Hi from Kingaroy. Risha's on because Steve from Saw Adventures has just said g'day to your daughter. Is she under her name or her YouTube name?
I don't know if she has a YouTube name. I was thinking it might come up as her email. I didn't see the comment if she did.
Risha may be on there. Hey, here's a good one. Good mate of mine, John Kaz from In the Trenches with Kaz, got his own 24 years in the infantry, and he's saying, I lost a punch up with a Marine in 1995 in Townsville, and I learned a lot that night. And it probably don't take. Kaz has told me this story. Apparently, I think it was a big black Marine, and he towed Kaz up. Apparently, it wasn't pretty, and Kaz got his ambitions and capabilities mixed up that night and come off second best. So, there she is, Risha B.
Yep.
G'day, Risha. How are you? Thanks for tuning in on Dad's live feed tonight. And, is Risha in Oregon as well, mate, or is she other?
No, she's in Florida. Late next. Let's see. We're in May already, right? No, we're. Sorry, I've been retired too long. I don't even know what day it is.
28th of April.
So at the end of next month, I'm going to fly down to Florida, and we're going to drive across the country.
Wow.
And that's a whole story in itself. Yeah, it's she's moving back. She's moving back to Oregon. Not to where I live, but about an hour and a half away. So that'll be good.
Wow, it's totally different. I'm tipping Florida is similar to where I live in North, and I've got the Google Maps app. We're going to have a bit of a geography lesson soon. I'm tipping Florida's similar to far north Queensland, where I live, mate, up in the northeast of Australia. Hot, humid, sunny type conditions, which is probably, I guess Oregon still gets warm in summer, mate, but you get the snow and all that type of stuff in winter.
Yeah,
so
we're at about at about the 45th parallel. So we're equidistant from the equator to the North Pole. So it's definitely a northern latitude versus you guys, which I think you're much closer to the equator. And Florida's not that much further south. I think you guys probably get even hotter weather and more severe weather than even Florida.
Yeah. Well, if anyone's wondering, and any Aussies are on here at the moment and have no idea where Oregon is or where Florida is, or for Aussies that don't know where North Queensland is, which is not a state. And I know in one of your clips you said Buck's over there in Australia somewhere. And I know for the American people on there, mate, I'm going to share the screen and go into Google Maps quickly. Let me know if you can see the maps, because when I bring it up, I can't see you, mate. I can't see the comments and I can't see you. I just see the map.
Okay, the screen just split, so you got it going on.
I got full screen. I'll go into full. Oh no.
Can
you see the map there?
Yeah. Yeah, I can. Daz says it's north of Cali.
Yep. Now I've just made a boo-boo there. I've got to share my screen. I keep forgetting to do this.
Sure.
And this is what I forgot to do. Now I can't see you or the things, but can you see the map, John?
Yes.
Okay. So there we go there, guys. Bit of a geography lesson. I did one the other night with Slack and John, and I brought up Google Maps, and we just talked about some simple stuff, and I got a lot of comments. People said, mate, I learned so much from that little geography thing. Like, people just don't know about things. But I want to point out roughly where you are. Oregon's over on the west coast of the United States, up in the northwest side below Washington State.
That's correct.
California, which is I think the most populated state in the USA. Oregon's up there. I think the big pine tree is your symbol, isn't it, mate? Oregon?
It's not a pine tree, maybe a fir tree. But if you zoom, can you zoom that map in?
Yes, absolutely. So you're just south of Portland, mate, which is the capital of Oregon.
No, Salem is the capital.
Salem, there you go. Isn't Salem where all the vampires live?
No, that was in Salem, Massachusetts. Was where they had the witch trials.
I was what was that show? There was the werewolves and the
Oh yeah, that was filmed near here.
That was based in Oregon, I think.
No, it was in Washington. Twilight.
Oh, there you go. I'll shut up.
That's it's Forks, Washington. It's not far. It's probably 5 hours from here. But it's if you go to Portland and kind of to the east, let's see, zoom in a little closer on Portland.
There's Oregon City. I just lost it there.
Where I worked. Yeah.
Yeah. And we'll talk about that soon when we get into the police side of things, mate. You were a police officer in Oregon City. As you can see where my cursor is there.
Yeah.
Is that is Oregon City on the outskirts of Portland?
Yeah. It's a suburb of Portland.
Okay. So it's probably, I guess, like Brisbane and Ipswich are really the same big city, but Ipswich is kind of classes itself as a separate city to Brisbane, but it's all part of the one big conglomeration.
Yeah, Oregon's interesting. There's only a couple population centers, and Portland probably represents over half of the population, or the Portland metropolitan area is probably half the population of the entire state. Like I was telling you before, Oregon is very similar to Australia, where people only live in very small areas, and most of the state is uninhabited.
Wow.
Just small towns.
Did you say you live near Mount Hood?
Yeah.
Which is way over there. I thought you were still in Oregon City. So How far is it from Portland to Mount Hood? So I'll zoom in there. Obviously, that's a mountain.
Yeah, if you zoom in on Mount Hood, it's it's. I don't know that you've got.
How far from Portland to Mount Hood driving distance?
About an hour.
Oh, okay. It's not as far as I thought. Then I thought it was.
No.
Oh, all right. So you're not far out of Portland.
Yeah, what you're looking at there is Timberline Lodge. Those little squiggly lines and stuff for the resort. But it's that's about 15 minutes from the house here.
Okay, so you're in that vicinity where you live, mate. I'm not going to show people exactly where you live, but you're in that vicinity there.
Yeah, and so I would commute about an hour each way into work.
Oh wow! Okay, so you were living at Mount Hood when you were a police officer in Oregon City.
Yeah, I moved here in 2002.
Okay. Do you ever go up to Seattle or actually over into British Columbia or into Vancouver and that? Have you been up to Canada at all?
Yeah. Dana and I took a road trip with her parents. It's probably been 10 years ago, where we went up and took the ferry from the Olympic Peninsula up to Victoria and then another ferry across to Vancouver. And then we drove.
Victoria's on Vancouver Island down here, just across, into Vancouver there. Yeah, righto.
And then we kind of drove across BC through the mountains, and then we came down into Washington State in kind of central Washington.
Yeah, righto.
No, it was a great trip.
Oh, mate, I've seen a lot of the stuff there. That part of North America is stunning, mate. British Columbia and Washington State. Oregon. I've always been fascinated with that part of the world, but it's and Rish is over here in Florida, guys, living over in Florida, which is you can't get much further. It's like me and my daughter. I'm in North, and I'll show you this map of Australia in a minute, mate. Show you where my daughter lives. It's a bit like you and Rish. You're on you're over here, and Rish is down here.
Where your cursor is, right there at Jacksonville, is where she's at. It's kind of up in the top of near the northern Florida border.
Jacksonville Jaguars, isn't it? One of the NFL teams.
Yeah.
Speaking of NFL teams, who do you go for? Are you a Seahawks fan at all?
No, I quit watching football about 4 or 5 years ago, so I don't follow any team. As a kid, I was a big Denver Broncos fan. The John Elway years, if you followed the NFL.
Mike Blakely, I think, goes for the Broncos as well, the Denver Broncos. What's the closest? Is the Seahawks the closest NFL team to where you would be up in Seattle?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. That and then
San Francisco.
No, an NFL team. No. The other team closest to us would be San Francisco.
The 49ers. Go the 49ers. Yeah. That's my team. Yeah. No, that's good. So anyway, it gives you an idea of where John's living, guys, if you're probably thinking where about. And what I want everyone to do, we'll talk about your YouTube channel soon, mate, but really looking forward to you now that you're retired, your future clips and everything, and showing us some of the beautiful places and some of your recent clips of where are the redwood forests. Are they in Northern California? Is that where you were for the redwood forest?
Where that specific video was shot, just across the border in Northern California. Yeah.
Absolutely stunning, mate. So, and people will get to see, I've got a slideshow coming up soon, everyone, and some amazing photos that you've taken, John, with snow-capped mountains in the Oregon just looks, and that's why I love watching these little things. It's not about you and all that. It's just seeing different places, and even in Australia, it's places you've never been, and I'll probably never get to Oregon, but we can see it through your eyes, mate, and you can show us your part of the world, and that's what I do with my channel, or my old channel. I try to show far north Queensland, and because a lot of Australians haven't been up here. It's a big country. And speaking of which, did you know, and I only found this out yesterday, Australia and the United States is the fourth biggest country in the world when you include Alaska, Hawaii, and the Great Lakes, which take up a vast amount of area.
Yes.
But land mass, Australia is slightly bigger than the United States land mass, excluding Alaska, Hawaii, and the Great Lakes, the actual land mass, and it's very close. I'm talking in square kilometres, mate. It's the USA mainland, just land only, 7.66 million square kilometres, and Australia's 7.68, so almost identical size. So for any Americans watching there, just think of us when I show you Australia, it's roughly the same size as the mainland United States. So
with a population of about 20 million.
Well, we just clicked over 27, mate. We're getting a lot of movement. We just clicked over 27. You've got 330.
Yes, yeah. Basically, you're 2/3 the size of California.
Yeah,
population-wise.
Yeah. One of your states has got more people than us and a bigger economy too. I think California is the 7th largest economy in the world. So, but anyway, I'm going to zoom out. We'll go over to Australia because if you've got some Risha and any other Americans there, probably know nothing about Australia. Sure. And I said this to you the other day, mate. I think Australians know more about the United States than what Americans know about Australia, because every time you see something on YouTube and there's Americans in Australia, they just go straight to Sydney. They think Sydney is Australia, and there's a lot more to Australia than just Sydney, which isn't the capital. It's not the capital city of Australia. It's the largest. The capital of Australia is Canberra, which I'll show you soon. But so over Australia here, which is roughly the same size as the USA, the mainland USA. Sure. So and you've got 48 states on mainland USA, mate, plus Alaska and Hawaii. So 48 states. We have 6, and I'll just quickly point them out. We've got Queensland here, which is a massive state. It takes you 4 days to drive the length of Queensland up to, if you've heard me talk about Cape York, mate, Cape York's this area right up in the north. It's very remote and a lot of wilderness area and that. Cape York here. I'm just south of Cape York in a little town called Innisfail. The biggest town in far north Queensland is Cairns, which is the gateway to the Great Barrier Reef, which is one of the 7 wonders of the world and natural wonders of the world. This is the Great Barrier Reef, mate, down here. It goes from pretty well South Queensland and stretches all the way up the Queensland coast to almost up into the Torres Strait. And there's Papua New Guinea.
Is that what I'm seeing just to the north of you guys?
Yes, Papua New Guinea there, where I worked when I was in the army. Ros, if you've heard me say she's a Torres Strait Islander, the Torres Strait Islands are this group of islands between the tip of Queensland, the tip of Australia, and Papua New Guinea. And these islands right up here near Papua New Guinea, PNG, Boigu Island and Saibai Island, they are actually Australian territory. So all these islands here, there's over 200 of them. They're not all inhabited. Beautiful little islands. That's the Torres Strait. If you ever hear me on my channel talk about the Torres Strait, that is it there. And they are we have 2 indigenous peoples in this country, Torres Strait Islanders, and the mainland indigenous people or First Nations people are the Aboriginal people. If you hear Aboriginal people mentioned.
So where you're indicating, Buck, is that where the Australian Coast Watchers would have been?
Yes, mate. Yeah, we have it's Border Force now it's called. It used to be called Customs. We have a lot of planes flying around up here, have a lot of illegal stuff coming down from New Guinea. PNG Gold.
Oh, no, I was referring to World War II, where the Australians put military forces to look for Japanese.
Yes, and they're actually in New Guinea where we were fighting the Japanese. If you've ever heard of the Kokoda Trail, where the first place the Japanese were ever turned back or defeated in World War II, mate, was the Battle of Milne Bay, which is over here, up in there. I've been here, up at Alatau. It's the first place the Japanese suffered defeat because they'd been down through, they just came through Southeast Asia, like unopposed almost. And that's where they were their first ever land defeat was at Milne Bay, which is that region of Papua New Guinea, right down on the tip here. And the Kokoda Trail, mate, they landed here at Boonagona and Sanananda, and the Kokoda Trail goes over the Owen Stanley Ranges And the Japanese they could see the lights of Port Moresby, mate. That's how close they got before we finally turned them back and booted them out. So there was some ferocious fighting along the Kokoda Trail, which is along this area here, and also up here. And the American Army was up here as well. Not the Marines. The Marines were fighting further up in the Pacific, but the US Army, mate, played a big role here. And this is why we're so close with you guys, mate. The Battle of the Coral Sea, where the Battle of the Coral Sea over here, and in Townsville, which is a big city 3 hours south of me, there's some nice memorials and everything to the Americans and Australian ships that were lost during the Battle of the Coral Sea. And the Japanese took a bit of a beating in the Coral Sea, and also up at Guadalcanal, which is up near the Solomon Islands here. So
yeah, well, I was a U.S. Marine. I'm very aware of where Guadalcanal is.
Yes, the Marines were on Guadalcanal for sure, and I know the Australians fought heavily, and the Kiwi and the New Zealanders fought heavily against the Japanese on Bougainville Island, which is this one here, which is PNG or New Guinea territory. In World War II, it wasn't Papua New Guinea. It was New Guinea was the northern side, and Papua was the southern part. New Guinea used to be German territory. And
so
a lot of people.
Mark Lavelle says, show him Cooktown, Buck, where I catch the big fish.
Oh, is that where you got your big fish, Margie? This here, mate, is a lot of, for us white fellas here in Australia, Cooktown. And Australia was discovered. It's the Aboriginal people been here for 60,000 years, mate, before white fellas turned
right.
up. In the 1600s.
I'm familiar with appropriating land.
Yes, the Dutch discovered the west side of Australia, and the Portuguese were also floating through the Torres Strait and all that type of stuff. Australia used to be the western half of Australia used to be called New Holland, but the Dutch never. The Dutch never made claim to Australia. They landed over here in the northwest of Australia and went, "What a shithole! We're out of here." And they never planted a flag and never laid claim to it. 1770, Lieutenant James Cook on the HMS Endeavour ran into the east coast of Australia, mate, and he basically landed in Botany Bay, which is down in Sydney. In 1770, and he sailed all the way up the east coast of Australia, right to the tip, and he named that New South Wales after Wales in the UK. He called it New South Wales because it was a southern land down south, New South Wales, which is one of our states now. And basically, the eastern side of Australia was called New South Wales, like the whole lot of it was called New South Wales. The western side was called New Holland. And then the British laid claim to the whole place, and it became known as
they did.
Well, as the British did, they, you know what it's like back in those days, mate. It was the European, the rest of the undiscovered world. It was like a land grab for the European nations, the Spanish, the French, the British. It was a land grab, and you know, at the end of the day, someone was going to come down and lay claim to this land, and I'm glad it was the British, mate, the Poms, as we call them. Some people will disagree with me that, but I think we could have been. Speaking of your, in World War II, the radio signalers and the coast watchers and that, they're also up in Timor, up in here, mate. The Japanese are up there, and they used to keep a close eye on the Japanese out of Timor. And there was some fierce, a lot of our commando raids and that on the Japanese happened up in Timor, which is where I did my operational service in 1999-2000 when Indonesia basically got removed from East Timor, or Timor-Leste it's called now. It used to be, it was a province of Indonesia, and East Timor wanted their independence. And when they said we want our independence, there was a lot of bloodshed and a lot of, when we got in there in 1999, made into East Timor, there was not a building in the whole country that had not been burnt out. It was, the Indonesians trashed it, mate. Absolutely trashed it.
Were you guys there to just restore peace, or just as like a peacekeeping force?
When they went in, there was still a lot of Indonesian-backed West Timorese militia that was still running around guns and all that, and there were some firefights over there, and my unit was a couple of blokes, SAS boys, actually got caught up in an ambush down on the border here, and were badly wounded. One bloke got one through the neck and that. So there was a bit of firefights, and there was a lot of tension there, a lot of tension between Indonesia and Australia over there. But anyway, East Timor's gone on to become it's a thrive. They're building up still, mate, but they're their own independent country now. So that's where I did my operational service, and the Australian commandos fought against the Japanese up in Timor as well as Borneo, the island of Borneo up here. A lot of brutal fighting against the Japanese on the island of Borneo. So anyway, there's our history lesson. But I was talking about you and Rish have been on opposite ends of the country. As I said, I'm up here near Cairns. My daughter Lauren lives in Western Australia, south of the capital of Western Australia, Perth. Down here in Busselton, right down in the southwest of Western Australia. Beautiful place. So we're opposite ends of the country as well, mate. So
I'm kind of a sucker for Australian content. So I've watched all the guys that are out of Perth, all the 4-wheel drive channels.
Yeah, Ronnie Dahl and Harry and Pete from WA Camping Adventures. They're all over there, mate. There's a lot of good little West Aussie YouTube channels.
And kudos to those guys, because they've blown up. They've really because I watched Ronnie Dahl years and years ago, back when he had like 12,000 subscribers. And what he's done is pretty amazing.
Ronnie's, I think he's got over 500,000 subs now, Ronnie. He's done very, very well for himself. Cam Wild, another one from Wild Touring's done well for himself over there. So, and you've got this diddly donk from little town called Innisfail. Got a little YouTube channel too. There it is there. Oh, Innisfail. Bloody
you'll get those subs back.
It'll take me 50 years. That's the wettest region of Australia where I live, just south of Cairns, a region called the Cassowary Coast. Cassowary is a large bird that you may have heard me mention. That's the wettest region of Australia, and the other wettest region is somewhere over on the west coast of Tasmania. So, yeah, mate, like the same size as the USA, we only have 6 states: Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia, and Western Australia. The Northern Territory doesn't have the population to be a state. It's classed as a territory, and the other territory is the Australian Capital Territory, but similar to Washington, D.C., mate. That's our capital city, Australia's capital city. And the reason it's the capital city is Sydney and Melbourne were arguing in the old days. Melbourne's down here, capital of Victoria, who was going to be the Australian capital. And they said, well, neither of you are. We're going to build another city called Canberra in the middle, and that'll be the capital. So that solved the argument between Sydney and Melbourne, which are our 2 biggest cities: Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, and Perth over here, and Adelaide are our 5 largest cities, mate.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny how things are the same. And back in the 1850s, Oregon City was the capital of the Oregon Territory. And the Oregon Territory was basically what's now Northern California, Washington State, and all the way out to Montana was the Oregon Territory. And then obviously when it became a state, they redid all the boundaries and that sort of thing. But Oregon City, where I worked, was the actual capital of the Oregon Territory. And then they made some shady backroom deal back in the 1850s, and all of a sudden it became Salem, Oregon. They moved it out one night, and it ceased to be the capital of Oregon.
Similar. And speaking of Oregon, we're going to show your old police badge soon on the slideshow, and a bit of a story behind it with the Oregon Trail and that, mate, which you can tell everyone.
Absolutely.
So I haven't been seeing any comments because I was doing a geography lesson.
Yeah.
Give me a thumbs up if you think I should be a geography teacher at school, everyone.
That we can keep nerding out on World War II.
Black has said, now, listen, there's a thing down here. I've just got rid of Google Maps, everyone, rather than go in there. I think I forgot to mention Tasmania, mate, and they're up me. Tasmania. If I forgot to mention Tasmania, which is one of our states, it's our little island state down the south there. Everyone forgets Tasmania, and I think I just did too. To all the pointy heads, which are Tasmanians, I do apologise for missing your state out. I did forget to say Tasmania. Beautiful little state, mate. On my old channel, we went. Actually, I've got a couple of Tasmania things on my new channel that I still had. Beautiful little state, little island state, and it's stunning, mate. It's my favourite little state in Australia, I must say. Even though I'm a one-eyed Queenslander, Tasmania is a beautiful little state, and for a lot of Aussies have not been down there. And you've got to do yourselves a favour, everyone. Go down into Tassie. It's bloody beautiful. It's a beautiful little state. It really is. Stick to Pete McMurtry reckons. I went up. Pete McMurtry's camping up here in the rain at the moment. He's from Townsville. It's belting down rain on him last night. It was heavy rain last night. Pete said, give away geography and stick to my guitar playing, which is not much bad. So, yeah. Oh, Kane Higgins is on, the diddly donk from Serena. So, yeah, mate, tell us a bit about, John, tell us a bit about, are you originally from Oregon? Were you born and bred there? Where'd you go to school?
So I was born in Portland, which is the major city where I live now. And I grew up about, 5-10 minutes from where I live now. Literally so I'm in the same neighborhood. So no, as soon as I got out of high school, when you join the U.S. military, they have something called delayed entry program. And so I was actually signed up to go in the Marines for a year before I ever left. My junior year of high school, I had signed up and I went off to the Marines. And so after, I did 4 years in the Marine Corps. I wasn't, I didn't stick with it like you did, Buck, but I did 4 years in the Marine Corps from 87 to 91. And so in the Marines, I did a lot of different stuff. Much like yourself, I was a comm guy. I went to radio school in 29 Palms, California. I graduated from that. Well, to back up, so as a Marine Corps field radio operator is what it's called. Tinny, what was it called? 2531 was the number, and so I was a 2531. That was like the number for my job. I was going through radio school, and it occurred to me that I had better things to do with my time than march around in an infantry platoon with a radio on my back. Because as you and I were speaking before, at that, I'm old enough. Your military and my military are like way out of date at this point. But we had the old ANPRC 77, the Prick 77, which was a backpack mounted FM radio, and I was not super hip to that, and so I did really good. And they told us if you were one of the top guys in the school, that you would go on to microwave radio school, which is what I actually did. So I did very well. Well, I did very well in the school because it's kind of it's not that tough. And so I went on and I was a microwave radio operator, which is a multi-channel radio that you use for telephone communications. Remember back in the 1980s when before SATCOM, all the big phone companies would have satellite shots between major cities, and that's where your phone lines went over. Well, that was the same sort of thing I did on a tactical level in the Marine Corps. And so I, after 29 Palms, I went to, there was some messing about, but ultimately I wound up in Okinawa, Japan. And I was there for a year, and we did, I was in the Philippines, which is a cool country. I was in Korea, not as cool, but Korea is an interesting place. And some of the photos that I gave to you, Buck, are
parallel there.
What's that?
You got to, you're on the 38th parallel there.
No, Korea? I was up there on an operation called Team Spirit. They probably still do it. It was a yearly operation. It was a multinationality, us and the Koreans primarily, but the Army and the Navy and the Air Force and everybody it was a massive deal. And no, I was a comm geek. I was on a mountain called Poggensan Mountain. It's about the second it is the second tallest mountain in Korea. And it's flat on the top because they wanted to build a radar station there and back in the Korean War or after that. And so we set up a microwave shot up there. And so that's where I spent most of my time. And I wound up there for a couple months back in Okinawa. Okinawa is a beautiful place. It's kind of like the Hawaiian Islands in that, or maybe like where you live now, where white sand beaches, coral reefs, a lot of scuba diving, that sort of thing, which is definitely what I was doing in my off time. And And then I went to from Okinawa. I went to my MOS, or my job, was very specialized. There weren't very many of us in the Marine Corps, but I had an opportunity to try out for the Marine security guards, embassy guards.
Yeah.
So all the U.S. embassies across the world are guarded by U.S. Marines, and so I went to that school, and I was pretty young and immature and didn't really understand the selection process.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Kaz giving you a bit of a compliment there, saying you've aged well and you've earned it. You've earned your free time.
Well, I appreciate that. I can't see worth a damn, but but anyway, so no, I went to Marine Security Guard school. I made it about 5 of the 6 weeks, and they said, no, this isn't for you. And they sent me back to the fleet, which was fine. Yeah. I went to, the cool thing about getting kicked out of Marine Security Guard school or Embassy Guard school was that they let you choose where you go. And if the Marines is different than the Army, if there's a really crappy place to get stationed anywhere in the United States, like to build a base, that's where the Marines are building it. With one notable exception, there was a little, it's not there anymore, but there was a Marine Corps Air Station, El Toro, was right in Orange County, California, just down the street from Disneyland and places like that, just south of LA. But it was still an air base when I went there, and I was in the Air Wing, and it's kind of the Marine version of the Air Force. And so I went there, and we were a desert warfare unit, so we were always deployed somewhere in a desert, and we were working up to go to, I think, Turkey in 1990, in August of 1990, as a matter of fact. And so as soon as Iraq invaded Kuwait, my unit was like right on the first of the list to go. And so after we had guys fly out almost immediately, and then I went a few weeks later. I think I forget when Iraq invaded, but it was early in August, I believe. And I think by August 20th, I was in country. I was in Saudi Arabia, and so that was a pretty big eye opener. You know, I'd been a Marine for about 3 years, so I kind of knew what I was doing a little bit. You know, I wasn't a total new guy, but you know, I was still a Lance Corporal. And I keep seeing sorry, I can't read the comments. Kaneohe Bay, Hawaii is a great Marine base. That's where I had I had orders to Kaneohe Bay when I graduated radio school, but I had to give them up to go to microwave school. But so anyway, I wind up in the Gulf. And so I'm in, I think we landed in Saudi Arabia. Then the first month so here's an interesting fact. So the U.S. military, I don't think I'm giving away any secrets because they've done this several times since then, but I never realized how the U.S. military operated. And so we have a fleet of ships that are freight ships that, like the Merchant Marine, and they just sail around the world with a bunch of military gear on them. So like when I left El Toro, we packaged our gear up and it later got shipped by ship to where we went. But, you know, most of the radios and things I was working on were on trucks and things like that. They have these, we call them MPS ships. And so we landed in Saudi Arabia and got off a plane, and like literally they landed a 747 at Marine Corps Air Station El Toro. And that's another thing. When the country declares war in the U.S., there's a little hidden clause in all national air carrier. Like I flew business class to the Gulf. It was a civilian airliner, stewardesses, civilian pilots, the whole bit. And so, and I forget what airline it was, but it was like a regular commercial airline. But that's part of the deal is if the U.S. declares war on somewhere, U.S. air carriers are obligated to do troop transports. And so I literally got on a civilian airliner. We flew to Spain, and then the next day we were in Saudi Arabia. And I'll tell you what, when I got off that plane, it was and I was in the Air Wing. I was used to aircraft, and we got off the plane, and it had the little stairs like you see in the movies with the truck and stuff. Like it's not like an air terminal, right? And so I'm walking down the stairs, and the first thing I see is Sam Donaldson at the bottom of the plane. If you remember him from the Nightly News back in the day. So he was a U.S. journalist, and I couldn't get over how tiny he was. He's this little 5'5", 100-pound dude. I was, because on TV you can't tell how big anybody is. And then the next thing that hit me was I get off the airplane. I'm like, oh my God, I must be in the jet wash. It's so freaking hot. and it smells like jet fuel. And my buddy and I kind of walked around the back of the plane and was like, well, wait a second, this isn't getting any cooler. It's just this hot. And it was 132 degrees the day I landed in Saudi Arabia, and which is really hot. I don't
close to 50 Celsius. Is it like, that's ridiculous?
Oh yeah. And so we were drinking gallons of water a day. So so we jump on a bus, and I'll never forget. So we jump on a bus, and one of our old, when I'm 20 years old, I guess I was probably 21 at the time, having the staff sergeant who's probably 25 walk down the aisle and start handing out ammunition. I was like, oh, wait a second, this is a whole different scenario, right? It's because I don't know how the Australian military is, but in the U.S. military, they don't just let a bunch of 19-year-olds run around with machine guns with a bunch of bullets. That's not a thing, right?
Yeah.
Like when we would go to the range, everything would be like itemized and all this paperwork. Oh no, this guy's just walking down. We're on a civilian bus, and he's just handing out magazines, or bullets to put in our magazines, and having us load out to make the trip from the airport down to Bahrain. And actually, I think we went to the port of Jebel first. We picked up Humvees and trucks, and then we went up to we went initially down to Bahrain, which is kind of like it's attached to Saudi Arabia on a causeway. Yeah. It's a very small country, but the U.S. had a bigger footprint there than they did in Saudi Arabia at that point. Oh, yeah, that's my buddy Jeff. No, that's Jeff Lee. That's a friend of mine.
Okay.
Some of these were us just goofing around. We had 6 months in the desert to mess around. This was the invasion of Iraq, or in my case, Kuwait.
Yeah.
That's the one that's popping up. Sorry.
On the first Gulf War, mate, when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and you guys went in and booted him out. And then we had the second Gulf War, where I think, I don't know if Australia was involved in the first one. We're definitely involved in the second one as part of the coalition and that. I'm not sure. I don't know. It's a bit of a blur now, but it looks like a wonderful place, doesn't it?
No, it's terrible. Terrible. That's an M1, M19 or 8 right there. That's a howitzer.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, sorry. They're popping up. Sorry, on the live stream, they're popping up. That's a base that I was there for a couple hours. The war was already over. So that's a Kuwaiti Air Force base.
I think they're old British Lightning jets, aren't they? Are they Lightnings? I think.
No, I think they're MiGs.
Are they? Wow.
Yeah, I can't remember which MiG they were. And we were on a sightseeing tour. This is a great picture that's about to pop up on the live stream. So that
I wanted you to explain this one. This is a good one.
So Saddam lit the oil fires, and so it's about noon when this picture is taken, and it looks pitch black outside. We're driving through so much oil smoke from the oil well fires at that point, and so the setting, I just got it perfectly. And if you'll notice, that's an old Chevy pickup that we were driving. Our unit hadn't switched over to the Humvees at that point, so we had a 3/4 ton diesel GMC Chevy 4-wheel drive pickup. And that's what
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah. Why you were using those vehicles. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I thought that's one of the better pictures I think I've ever taken right there.
That's a good one. I didn't notice how black it was. I was only looking at the side mirror and how bright it was, but you can see how dark it is there. And when Saddam let those oil fields on fire, they had to get specialist teams in to blow to try and get them out, didn't they?
Yeah, they had oil well specialists come out of Texas, I believe. That were firefighters that flew out there. There's a super famous guy, and I can't remember. If you ever watched the movie The Hellfighters with John Wayne, that's basically the same thing, same guy.
Yeah, right. Wow.
In real life, but that's a great picture. Like I said, looking, disregard the rearview mirror portion. It's that blackout when we were driving.
Yeah. And for those who don't know, when Saddam Hussein was getting booted out of Kuwait, just out of spite, he set all the oil wells on fire as they were retreating. And they had to get specialists in from Texas to use explosives to try and put the oil wells out in Kuwait. So that's probably another reason diesel and what do you call it? Gas or petrol, as we call it down here, went up, skyrocketed. Well, every time there's a war, it's an excuse to put the the price of fuel up. We got another one we're talking about.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah,
that's
so this is I'll wait for it to pop up. So there, what you're looking at is us goofing around again. So that truck right there is very similar to the one that photograph was taken of. And then you can see that's a M16A2 service rifle against the back window. That may be mine because I had a variety of, so we cleaned our weapons every day, but you're in such a sandy, dusty environment. We started cutting like a sleeve off your sweatshirt or a pant leg off your camis and wrapping the action just to keep a little bit of the dirt out of it as you were carrying, because if you're walking around camp, you're not locked and loaded. We weren't carrying, we had ammo, but you'd have got an NCO would have hemmed you up if you got caught with a loaded weapon.
Yeah.
But
I'll tell you another trick too was wrap that around. So if you use oil on there, the scene's going to stick to the oil and, stuff like the mechanisms, and putting what do you call them? A rubber, I think, over the barrel to keep the sand out of the barrel.
A condom, we didn't do that, but we're in the Marine Corps, so if even lowly air wing guys like myself were cleaning their guns every day. I can't tell you how many toothbrushes I wore out on that rifle, making sure it was good and clean. Because it's an M16, so any AR platform rifle, the one enemy, well, there's several enemies of an AR-15, but one of the primary ones is a lack of lubrication. If you don't have a bunch of oil on it, it ain't going to run. It just doesn't work.
No, and that's the procedure. Hey, can we backtrack a bit, mate, to this thing?
Sure.
Because another thing that we've got in common is what our grandfathers did. And just an incredible story here. I'm going to add this one to the stage. Correct me if I'm wrong, but your great-grandfather and your grandfather were Marines as well.
No. So my great-grandfather, who you've got pictures of, was a Marine in World War I. That's him. That's my great-grandfather.
Wow.
During the World War I. And then, I'm seeing you, Buck, on our feed, and it just popped up for everybody else. So yes, that's my great-grandfather. And and I think I might have sent you one or more of him in uniform. Now that's my grandfather.
I've only put that one up there, mate. And did he serve over in France and that?
No, he did not.
Right.
No, he never left the United States. He only served here in the States.
You don't hear much about. I know the Americans, where they came into World War I in 1917, so late in the show.
Yeah,
never hear much about whether the Marines were actually in. Well, I know the American are, and mate, a lot of people go down here.
Oh, but this is a whole story. So I know a little bit about this piece of history. So just bear with me. But so basically, there was a general in charge of the American Expeditionary Force, the AEF, that was deployed to Europe, and his name was Blackjack John Pershing. And Pershing went over there and realized that our guys were not up to speed. We didn't have a professional military like kind of the European armies did. And so obviously the war was being run by the French and the British. And so when the US troops got there, the first thing they wanted to do is break up the troops and use them as replacements into British units. And Blackjack Pershing said, no, that's a no-go. We're not doing that. Our men will fight as American units under American leadership. And then the other thing he did is there was American troops there for almost a year before they were committed to combat. And so they went through a bunch more training to get them up to speed. But no, the Marine Corps, that's where they kind of made their bones. They were a big part. The Battle of Belleau Wood, where the French were retreating, and famously the Marines got there and the French were like, hey, the Germans are coming and we need to retreat. And the Marines famously said, retreat, hell, we just got here. And then they stopped and the Germans didn't get past them. And that, if you ever see pictures of Belleau Wood in France, it was this beautiful forest, manicured forest. And after they got done, it looked like the surface of the moon. It was all cratered out. But no, they had some very famous battles in World War I. And
one of the best movies out of there, The Lost Battalion. Have you seen that with Ricky Schroeder?
No, I haven't seen that.
there's a movie called The Lost Battalion. It's an American battalion that got cut off in World War One. One of the best World War One movies you will see, and it's based on a true story, mate. Some real heroism. Ricky Schroeder, who was a well-known actor, he played the commanding officer of that, The Lost Battalion. If you can get your hands on that, anyone who's interested in war movies, have a look at a movie called The Lost Battalion, an American one.
No, I haven't seen that one. But again, our involvement, because you showed me that film of the light horse in
Beersheba.
In Beersheba. I think that Blackjack Pershing was a genius because he didn't allow our guys to basically go under the Brits. The Brits could dictate stuff at a strategic level, but the Americans were going to decide how they were going to fight in trenches and that sort of thing. And it was really beneficial. And, because once they did commit to getting into the fight, it was, they fought like Americans. What can I tell you? There was a reason that the German army post-war, when they were drafting the Geneva Convention, wanted to ban shotguns. That was an American invention.
You guys used to use them in trench warfare for clearing trenches
absolutely.
and that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you guys come in 1917, and you still we came in April 1915 when we went on Gallipoli. We did fight again. We took the Germans out of New Guinea in 1914. We went up and had a stoush against the Germans in 1914 at the start and booted the Germans out of New Guinea, the Australians. But our first big battle was Gallipoli, mate, when we landed at the Dardanelles. And that's when we became a nation, basically. We came in 1915. We lost 61,000 men dead in World War One. You guys came in 1917 and lost over 100,000. So you weren't there for the whole war, but what you were in was pretty fierce fighting.
Yes, for sure. And going back to the committing troops in the European theater and in like World War II, there was a certain amount of that even in World War II. The first Americans in World War II were a year or two after the start of it, depending on who you talk to. And we committed troops to North Africa, and the Germans just ate them up to start with. They just ran over them because, again, we didn't have at that point a professional standing army. Every time we got into a war in World War One and World War II, it was always trying to rebuild this or create an army from scratch, and it takes you a little while, and unfortunately, it costs people their lives.
Yeah. When you said that you wanted to fight Pershing, which I think they named a tank after him from memory,
they did.
A Sherman type tank. Australia did very well on the Western Front when they combined the 5 Australian divisions together instead of having them splattered throughout the British thing. They brought all the Anzacs together under General Monash, and we started punching holes in the Germans then. So there is a thing for fighting with your own men, mate. Like it must be something about it. But we're talking about it, just incredible.
It's unit integrity is what it is, and it's that's what it comes down to, it's being a former Marine, that's, that was the whole thing was, we did our own stuff. The Marine Corps is really the one U.S. military service that basically has everything they need, right? If the U.S. wants to invade a country, it's the Marines that get the call first, just because we have our own airplanes, we have our own, stuff, and to do that, our own in-house artillery, all the air units, all that sort of thing.
It's like, just the one entity, which is incredible. And a lot of people go, why is Australia and Afghanistan, Vietnam, and there's some Australians there, why are we so far up the Yanks' asses and that? It's because, mate, you saved our ass in World War II, but we've been fighting alongside each other since World War One. I know when you come in 17, I've seen some documentaries on it. The Australian soldiers trained Americans in trench warfare, in tank warfare, and we fought alongside each other in World War One, mate. And we've been fighting alongside each other since World War One, and that's why we're close allies to this day, mate. We've been beside each other, but without getting, going right into that. I want to bring this up. Keep going, mate, and then we'll talk about your granddad.
That's Les Phillips Sr., That's my grandfather. And he was in the U.S. Army Air Corps, which is, we have the Air Force now, but our Air Force didn't exist prior to about 1946, 7, something like that. So during World War II, the U.S. Army Air Corps was what we had. It was a branch of the Army. And,
so
and he was stationed.
All your B-17s and that were part of the Air Corps, not the Air Force.
Correct. And then post-war, they made it the Air Force. So he was in your last live stream. I think the guy mentioned the Aleutian Islands and how the Japanese were up there, and that's where he was. He was in. If you ever watched a show called Deadliest Catch out of the U.S.
up at
that's where he was at during the war.
Wow,
and they were very frightened of getting overrun by the Japanese, because they had no supplies or anything. The U.S. was busy fighting in Europe, and the Pacific, down where you guys were at was kind of a second show. And then where they were at, they just didn't get anything. And so so that man right there grew up in Central Washington on a ranch, and he teamed up with another guy from Montana, and they were taking ammunition up into the hills and burying it. So in case the Japanese invaded, they weren't going to surrender. They were going to take, and again, he isn't a normal guy. Again, he grew up on it'd be like a cattle station where you're at, right? He's a guy that can live off the land, and that sort of thing. He wasn't a city guy at all. And so, had the Japanese come ashore, if anybody could have pulled it off, that man right there could have done it, because he was a very hard man.
Yeah. Something you must be proud of, mate. The great grandfather and grandfather and that.
Well, he and I, in his 70s and 80s, he and I would go hunting.
Yeah.
We would go elk hunting here in Oregon.
Still remember him well, eh?
Oh, yeah. He was an awesome guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And
as I said, our similarities, mate, are just incredible about our grandfathers. That's my grandfather there, 5th Light Horse Regiment, and that was
it hasn't popped up on the thing yet.
In Palestine.
There you go. Yeah. Now the rest of the guys can see it. Yeah, no. And Buck had a really good link to a documentary, or not a documentary, but I guess a movie on that Battle of Beersheba.
The Light Horsemen, the 5th Light Horse weren't in that charge. That was the 4th and 12th Light Horse Regiments. And Kaz, who's on here, has got a piece of shrapnel from that battleground. Kaz went over to the Sinai for peacekeeping mission between Egypt and Israel, to the Sinai, and it was a multi-nation peacekeeping mission there. And they used to go to Israel, which was modern day Palestine, where Beersheba is now part of Israel, was Palestine back then. Sure. And Kaz has got a big piece of shrapnel from that very battlefield, mate, which is just amazing.
Yeah, he just commented he's holding it right now.
He is. Good on you, Kaz. And I did a live feed with Kaz, I think, on my old channel, and Kaz actually showed us that. We might have to do that again, Kaz. Here we go, mate. We're backtracking again. This is you at basic training as a young Marine, and I don't know what you sat on just before that photo was taken, but it looks like it may have been the rough end of a pineapple.
No,
the eyes you can't.
So what you can't see in that picture is 50 guys in front of me and 50 guys behind me wore that same outfit. And so that dress blue blouse wasn't a real blouse. It was like cut off kind of at mid chest. And so it was just a prop. And so it buttoned in the back. And so they just drape it over you and you put the hat on, and then they take your picture. Wow. And then the next guy just put it on.
Production line.
Yeah. So no, I never wore my dress blues. That's a stud right there that you just showed. Is it going to pop up over here?
I was 17 there, mate, and there you go.
Yeah.
You said was that the FNFAL rifle we had for my first 10 years. I was 82 to 2003, my career. I did 20 and a half years. About the first half of my career, we carried the L1A1 SLR, which was the same as an FNFAL, the British version. And then we went over to the F88 Steyr bullpup weapon after that.
What I like about that is you got no body armor on.
No, mate, we used to use a safety squint. Like, there was no such thing. We didn't have body armor and all that shit. Everything I wore there, remember, and that photo was only taken Australia withdrew from Vietnam in 1972. That was 82. That was only 10 years after Vietnam. And the webbing I had on there, the ammo pouches, the jungle green, she's all Vietnam era, mate. The SLR, all that stuff was Vietnam era there. So here you are, here, mate, and we're talking about it. That's you and your dress blues.
Sorry, we keep talking and they haven't updated yet. Yeah, there we go.
Mate, that's the smartest military uniform getting around.
Now, just hold on right there for a second. You see the old man on the right?
Yes.
In the corner, that's my grandfather that we saw, the younger man picture. That he was the veteran that was in the Aleutians.
Wow.
And then the guy in the Charlie uniform that's facing away from the camera on the left is my brother.
Oh, wow. He was a Marine as well, mate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we weren't not a terribly smart family. But
I'll tell you what, he's got, it's hard to tell. Has he got brown? I love the Marine uniform, just the brown, the khaki shirt and the blue trousers. That is a smart looking uniform, but the dress blues with the white belt and the white cap, mate, the smartest military uniform in the world, bar none. It is a smart uniform.
Any number of young teenage boys have signed up just for that reason.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. It is a smart uniform, and Kaz would back me up on that. It would be a chick magnet wearing that uniform out in public.
I think that might be one of the only times I ever wore that uniform.
Yeah, okay.
Was then. And then, because I looked at it before, I can't see the picture. Yeah, I got blood stripe. Yeah, I was a corporal. So
yeah, you're a corporal there. And you were saying, John, you only get the blood red stripe on your trousers, corporal rank and above.
Correct, as an NCO, yes.
Yeah, righto.
Yeah.
Okay.
And because I think my brother was probably a lance corporal at that time. This was at his wedding. And back in my day, I think Marines all get dress blues now, but back in my day, you had to buy them. They weren't an issued uniform. You had to, buy all that stuff. And I had really good tailored dress blues because when I mentioned going to embassy school, that's one of the requirements is you have dress blue uniforms. And so I had the special gold anodized buttons, so I didn't have to polish them. No, I look pretty sharp in that outfit, I must say. I think that's the only picture I could find of me. That's Jeff Lee. We're scrolling through. These guys haven't caught up yet.
You went over to when Iraq invaded Kuwait. You had operational service there, mate, which is absolutely fantastic. That's on Okinawa, geez, you're young there.
What's that?
Is that in Okinawa when you're based up there?
Yes, this was so the room that I'm in, it being the Marine Corps, we had a barracks that was one big room. We called it a squad bay. And then some people, because again, it's the Marine Corps, will steal anything that's not bolted down. We had stolen some office furniture and made walls. And then the wall lockers were kind of the hallway. And then that curtain you can kind of see off my right shoulder there to the left of the photograph was just a shower curtain. And so that was our room. And 4 guys would live in that room. Yeah,
we were 4 up in rooms when I first joined. Mate, we've seen a lot of movies that have American basic training, Marine basic training, and I'm sure it's still similar to this day. One of the best ones was Heartbreak Ridge is pretty good with Clint Eastwood. That's not a bad one. I love that movie. The Boys in Company C was a good one, and also that Ali Ermey was in that one. What's the movie I'm thinking of? It's the best one ever with the
Full Metal Jacket is what you're thinking.
Full Metal Jacket, mate. If anyone's seen Full Metal Jacket, that is the United States Marine Corps basic training, or boot camp as they call it, with Ali Ermey, who played Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, I think his name was, in that movie. How close was that to what it was really like when you went through, John?
That was very, very, very close. I mean, as close as a movie's ever going to get to that. Obviously, nobody got shot when I was in boot camp, but it was the spirit of it was absolutely dead on. Obviously, it was supposed to represent boot camp in the 1960s, and I went in the 1980s. But it was very, very similar in how you felt while you were there. Or that movie does a really good job. Now, when you get to the part of the movie where they go to Vietnam, just turn it off.
Yeah, it lost its way there. The first half of that base, it will never be matched as far as I'm concerned. There's a part in there where good night, Chesty, wherever you are. Now, I've seen pictures of Chesty. He's some famous Marine. Give us a quick spiel on who Chesty was.
Oh, now you're putting me on the spot with Marine Corps history.
Oh, sorry,
so
mate.
Chesty Puller was the most decorated Marine ever. I think he had 4 Navy Crosses. So he didn't have the Medal of Honor, which is our highest award. But he did have 4 Navy Crosses. He served, God, I can't remember if he was a World War I guy. He must have been. I don't know much about him in World War I. He fought in the Banana Wars, where we went down to South America and did some probably illegal things. And then in service to, Dole Fruit or whoever. And then he was I think he was a lieutenant colonel or a colonel by the time World War II rolled around. And he was on Guadalcanal and then served throughout the Pacific. And then after World War II, he went on to Korea and was in Korea for a period of time before he retired. John, just a legendary guy.
I've got Kaz on the phone. He said he wants to tell you a story, and I'm going to bring this up. That's why I'm on my phone, guys. You there, Kaz? Righto. Buck, answer your phone. I want to tell John an amazing piece of info about the United States Marine Corps visiting Australia in reference to our girls. So here we go. I'm putting Kaz on loudspeaker.
Easy, Kaz, because my brother went down there.
Remember, Kaz, it's family-friendly time.
There's almost no one will be able to validate this or truth check it. But when I was in Newcastle High School, in Newcastle, 3 hours north of Sydney, when the Marines, the USMC, and the sailors used to come to Newcastle, and this was a standard operating procedure for all schools. This is going to be very, very hard to believe. When I tell you this, especially as the father of a daughter, because I am too. But when I was in year 10, it was considered like a public holiday just for girls in year 10, 11 and 12, that they did not have to go to school when the Americans were in town, because they would be holding every sailor's hand, and girls from year 10, year 11 and year 12 would be, let's just say, girlfriends for the time of liberty from year 10 upwards. That was considered. That's how different time was in those days. That was, just fair hunting. So when Johnny says the Marines will take anything that's not down, all I'll say is they stole a lot of hymas. That's all I'll say.
Kaz, is that why they were stealing your girlfriends in high school? Is that why when you joined the army and when they came to Townsville, is that why you always got into punch-ups with them to try and get some square up on them?
Well, when we had come back and we were treated like second-class citizens in Townsville, when we'd come back from overseas or on exchanges with the US, we'd come back and there'd be a flag in America and the bank nightclub hanging down, giving respect to them while they're giving disrespect to us. So they always look better than us.
Well,
and they never won the fights except against me.
You were the only Aussie to lose the fight to a Marine. But the trouble is, Kaz, that's what it was, mate. The Aussie chicks, our uniforms are shit. And your Marines would turn up in their uniforms, and I've seen them in Townsville, in their khaki shirts, their blue, and their white caps and that. Mate, the girls didn't want to go near the Aussie soldiers. They wanted to go to the Marines because they had a cool uniform.
It's also get cancer instantly when they roll their sleeves up. The sun doesn't kill them in a day like the Australian infantry. Arms and tattoos aren't allowed to ever put them on display. I don't want to go out scared of the sun if I was a girl. So
that's too funny.
Every time the USMC went against Australians when it came to fighting, they lost, except against me. But they took all of our girls.
They did.
No, good. All the best, mate. Welcome to retirement, mate. I hope one day we can have a panel where you bring yourself and one of your brothers on, and me and Bucko can tennis a few points back and forth. We love the cop. And as long as you're not giving me a ticket, mate. We're all good.
No, he's out of the police now. So there's the offer there, John, to come on Kaz's channel one night for a chat, which is a military
absolutely.
channel. Yeah, so
Yeah,
John would love
I'd
to
be
do that.
interested.
While we got you,
but again, I'm old. Tell Kaz I'm old. Everything I knew about the Marine Corps is like 40 years out of date.
we're all old, John. We're all old. Hey, Kaz, before you go, can you tell John the quick story about when you got knocked out in Townsville by a US Marine?
So basically what happened, we'd just come back from an oxymoron where Black Lives Matter, but the only people we weren't allowed to help was anyone in Central Africa that was dark skinned. It was keep out of the fight between the Hutus and the Tutsis.
Over in Rwanda, yeah.
Yeah, so we came back full of bad manners and vinegar and anger about what we'd been through. And basically when we came back, there was one night, and it was the worst night for these poor bastards from the USMC because they'd been given liberty. And they rocked into town and they came in at the same time we were having a full rifle company piss up at a pub called Tats.
Yeah, Tats Hotel.
One of my good mates that can fight, he said the wrong thing to the wrong Marine and he got cleaned up in the piss trough. And then he went outside and made the mistake of boasting about his win, and then he got knocked the hell out by a little guy called Saney who got killed as a contractor in Iraq.
Yeah.
Oh,
and all of a sudden, it was like a kicked ant nest. You know, there was 120, I swear to God, Rwandan veterans that sprinted outside, and these Marines didn't have a chance. And any cop that came over that was undercover got knocked out as well. Anyone, even from the battalion that came over, he'd be like, say something. Yes, mate. Yeah, you're okay. If there was an American accent, you were in trouble. It went on for ages, and these poor bastards got so towed up for their own protection, they lost their liberty. And they went from there, got on a boat and went to, where is it, in Italy. It might have been Cyprus or somewhere like that. They went over there, and there was a riot there, and they got cleaned up when they got off the ship there by them. So those guys saw more battle in their civilian attire than what they did in the poor bastards. But I've always been a great friend of the USMC, done multiple exchanges with Kenyawi Bay. You know, it was fantastic. It was an absolute pleasure to get knocked out by a man of colour.
Apparently he was a big man too, big black American guy, knocked you clean out.
I swear to God, he had a stake in his other hand that he wasn't touching. Testosterone.
It might have been Mike Tyson's brother.
White men might not be able to jump, but by geez, I could jump a fence to get away from him.
We'll go into some more funny stories when we do a livey on yours, Kaz, I reckon.
No worries, mate. So you and Johnny the Mall Cop, all the best to you, all the best to your families, and Johnny, open invitation, you and your family, you come to Australia. I've got a 4-bedroom house, no friends, no family. You can stay here for free.
Oh, Kaz, that's awesome. Is Kaz close to you, Buck?
No, he's in Sydney, mate, but a 3-hour flight from me. He's down in New South Wales, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're known by the fact that I can actually speak a bit quicker than Buck.
Yeah, we talk a bit slower up in North Queensland, he reckons, but we can play football better. play rugby better. We beat them in rugby.
I'll let you go, mate. I want to go and look at the reflection and trim of England.
Right,
Look, it's an absolute pleasure to see a really good guy on the other side.
Good stuff. Hopefully we'll see John on your channel one night, mate.
He's always welcome. Him and his buddy. Go and get one of your mates blooded, bring him over, show him that when we talk about our lives, that's how you get to immortality, but recorded.
John might have to track down the Marine that knocked you out in Townsville that night and bring him on as a special guest.
I still tell myself I reckon that guy got cancer of the hand after how hard he hit me.
Funny stuff. See you later, Kaz.
See you, mate. All the best.
Awesome.
Kaz, mate. That'd be great. Yeah, so Kaz has done a bit of work with the Marines. I've done work with the US Navy, Army, and Air Force, but no Marines. Never
well, it's the smallest. It's the smallest service.
Yeah.
You know, it's I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, all the other services are like 10 times as big as the U.S. Marines. It's It's a very small service. So there's the one picture I could find of me, and I'm not even looking at the camera. Unfortunately, I was the photographer in most of these. So this was somebody with my camera, but that's me on the left. And of course, it's the Marine Corps. I'm in the desert. And what am I wearing? But
your woodland ones.
Yeah, well, when we went, they didn't have desert camis came out later, and so like all the units that came in to backfill us when we invaded, they all had full issues of desert camouflage, but we were for the most part just still in woodland camis. And in fact, I only ever had, I think, one set of the desert camis.
I don't know if you got the same saying up there, mate. You stick out like dog's balls in those.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. But I mean, yeah. And that's one of the radio antennas. That's in Korea. That's on top of Poggensan Mountain.
Okay.
That's a ANGRC 201 is what that is. You can see the old Humvee there. And then the back of the pickup with the big camper thing on the back was the radio.
Yeah.
And we operated those.
Thank God
you can see,
went around.
When you posted the other pictures, which are later, or the earlier pictures you posted, actually time-wise occurred later, and those were the Gulf War pictures happened after this picture was taken. But you can see that we were still driving around in pickups, not Humvees.
Okay, mate. Yeah, that makes sense.
Which were way more comfortable. Yeah. By the way, it snows on top of a mountain in Korea. That's
from Korea as well. That one there.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a little air base up there on top of a mountain, and God, it was cold. And those trucks are all diesel trucks, and trying to start a diesel, like a military diesel truck, in that kind of weather, it always involved ether. There's no glow plugs that could get them started.
Speaking of Korea, mate, during the Korean War, 50 to 53, 3rd Battalion Royal Australian Regiment got in a massive battle. The Battle of Kapyong in South Korea during the Korean War, and they were supported by New Zealand artillery and a tank troop from an American tank troop in doing direct fire support. And 3rd Battalion Royal Australian Regiment earned the US presidential citation from that battle, the Battle of Kapyong. And the only other time we got it was Delta Company 6 RAR for the Battle of Long Tan in Vietnam. But Korea, mate, the Battle of Kapyong, our 3rd Battalion got the US presidential citation for that battle because we fought alongside an American tank troop during that battle.
Yeah, no, I believe it. But yeah, so that's you're flashing way forward.
Well, we're going from military. If you're anything else about the military, mate, you must be very proud to have served as a Marine. It's not so. I guess you got to be.
Yeah, no, I'm very proud of it. And fortunately, like the couple of pictures back of Jeff Lee, the guy that was in the pickup truck with his arm kind of held out, and then there was a picture. Oh, right there. Go back one. Yeah, that's Jeff Lee. And he and I just met up after 30-something years in Hawaii. His wife and my wife and I, we all hung out in Oahu and went to the Arizona Memorial and Pearl Harbor and all that stuff. And it was awesome to see him after 30 years. In fact, I messaged him that I was going to be on here. He may be up here somewhere.
Mate, if you're watching, hello to you. And catching up with her. And Roz went over to Hawaii a few years ago for her nephew, Patty Mills, who plays basketball in the United States. Patty got married in Hawaii, and Roz went and did the USS Arizona, the Pearl Harbor tour. And the Arizona was special. I've still got a T-shirt of it hanging up in the cupboard there, the USS Arizona Memorial, where a lot of men were on that ship when it went down. And
it was a tragedy for sure. Well, that and in that same area is the USS Missouri, which if you're ever in Oahu, you have to check out the Missouri because it is amazing. They've restored, it's one of our big battleships from the war, and it's where the Japanese signed the surrender on the deck of the Missouri, and they have all of these. Oh, like they marked the places on the ship that different generals like MacArthur and a variety of very notable generals stood when the surrender was signed. It was pretty impactful. And fortunately, I was in the Marines, but I didn't have to go on a ship. My brother, it's funny, Kaz was talking about them in Australia. My brother was on a Westpac out of Camp Pendleton when the Gulf War kicked off, and they had made port in Australia. But this would have been not 1995, and he's not a black guy, so Kaz is safe. But it was like 1990. But no, he was on the longest Westpac since World War II, because they were already on. They were all already underway when the war kicked off, and then they just cruised to the Gulf. Yeah. And so it went from a normal Westpac where you get to go to Thailand and all these different places to, hey, congratulations, you're going to the desert.
Yeah. Gee whiz. But anyway, well done on your service, mate. As I said, you're very proud. I think you got out of the Marines, where we call it a tradie. What sort of trade did you get when you got out before?
So what I was doing in the Marine Corps was kind of involved in the telephone industry. And so when I got out, I got a job through another guy got out before me, and I stayed in Southern California because, it's Southern California. It's awesome. And so I was living in Southern California, and a buddy of mine from the Marine Corps got me on with this company that did telephone wiring for federal agencies. Because, we had security clearances. And so I had a top secret clearance from the Marine Corps. And so this company could use my top secret clearance, and I could work in all these federal offices. IRS, FBI, ATF, just you name the 3-letter U.S. bureaucracy, and we could work in their offices with minimal supervision, and just do wiring stuff for them, and I did that for a few years in Southern California, and then my company, believe it or not, moved me for a project up here to where the same area I live now, and so that's how I made it back up to Portland. And by then, Dana and I were together, and my son was about to be born. And so it made more sense because, like you guys, I'm sure houses and places that you live, if you go to one of the bigger cities, it's much more expensive. Well, if you're a normal kind of blue collar working guy, like a tradesman in Southern California, you're not living anywhere super cool, right? You're probably living out in the desert or something like that. And so I knew I wanted to raise a family. And so we moved up here where the housing prices were much less. It made sense at the time. And so I moved up here, and then I was always worried about getting laid off, because if the economy kind of tanks, you can be out of work for months. And so that I always had that in the back of my mind. And, and Dana and I were starting our family and things. So I, at the grand old age of 31, so I got hired as a police officer at 31, so I wasn't a young man when I got, unlike many police officers here get hired at 21, which is a kind of a disservice, honestly. I don't think you should be a cop until you're 30 at least.
Mate, life experience goes a long way to being a police, and we'll talk about this shortly, mate. I joined after a 20-year career in the Army, so I was 38 when I joined the coppers, the Queensland Police, and life experience, mate, got me out of a lot of situations and helped me through my 6 years as a cop. We're a bit opposite, mate. You did a long career in the police and a short one in the Marines. I did a long one in the Army and a short one in the police, and then went on to corrections after that. But let's move on to the police, mate, because I want to talk another thing we've got in common. Our grandfathers, were both in the military, and then we both went into the police. And as I said, you were 31 when you went in. Now, one thing I want you to explain, we've talked about this, for any American viewers that are watching here at the moment, in Australia, we only have state police and federal police. We don't have city police and counties and county sheriffs and all this type of stuff. And this is where a lot of Aussies on here probably don't understand the American system, mate. So if you see a police officer in Queensland, whether it's 1,700 kilometres down in Brisbane or right up the tip in Bamaga on the tip of Cape York, you'll be a Queensland police officer. And New South Wales have got their own, the Victoria, Tasmania, Western Australia, South Australia, and the Northern Territory has their own police force also. and the Australian Capital Territory, they are governed by the federal police. So if you see police in the ACT, they will be federal police, and federal police obviously also do some high-level stuff. International drug importing and all that will be handled by the federal police. So can you quickly explain that I thought you were an Oregon State police officer. You weren't. You're a police officer for Oregon City. Can just
That's
quickly
correct.
explain how you have different levels of police compared to Australia?
Yeah. So in the United States, most states have a variety of different police departments. Anywhere from a local sheriff's office, which would be a county police officer, to a municipal police officer, which is what I did, which means like the city of Oregon City paid my paycheck. And that was the agency that I worked for. And then Portland police pays their police officers, again, a municipality. And those agencies can be a variety of sizes. Like my agency was a large sized agency for the county I live in, but it's in the greater scheme of things, it's small, right? I worked for just under 50-man department, and versus Portland police, which is 700-800 guys. And then, and then our local sheriff's office is broken up into a little bit different. So the sheriff's office also handles the jails. And so you can be a deputy assigned to corrections or a deputy assigned to the road. They both get paid the same money. They all have the same benefits. But like when I would arrest somebody, I would take them to the county jail, which Oregon City, being the county seat, was in town. So it sucked for a lot of people when they committed crimes in Oregon City. It was like, well, yeah, because, there's crimes that you can just cite people into court or, there's a variety of different ways to skin that cat. But, being an Oregon City police officer, we typically just arrested everybody because jail was in town. If you were a county sheriff and you were policing up where I live, it's an hour drive to jail, and they didn't want to take the time to do it. So they would just issue them a criminal citation, and then they'd have to appear in court later, where I didn't have to do that. But as to the authority, the police power, all that stuff was the same, between the different state and local agencies. So we have the Oregon State Police, which is kind of like you're talking about your state police. And then you had multiple different agencies, be it county agencies or municipalities. And even some small towns, like there's police departments in the state of Oregon that have, 3 or 4 guys, and so going back to me getting into police work, I'd always wanted to do it. Much like yourself, my father was a police officer and my brother as well. And so it was kind of a family business.
Yeah, right.
In that respect.
Dad was a cop, same as mine. Yeah.
Yeah. And my father and my brother actually, William is my younger brother. Not, I'm older than him. So he was much smarter than me, and he got hired earlier. So he got to retire before I did. But he hired on with the Oregon City Police Department. And then later on, he lateraled to the sheriff's office. And, and then my dad only did about 6 or 7 years in the police. Yeah. And he went on to do other things. But I finished up 24 years. And due to the way our retirement or our pension system works, being 55, I could retire with no penalty with 24 years. Because normally you would go 25 years.
Yeah. Nice.
And so, and that maturity you were talking about does a lot to, enhance your career. Like you and I have talked about, but the viewing audience, I got to do a lot of things. My agency was pretty ahead of their time, and I had the opportunity. So every agency is different, right? If you're watching a television program and you're used to seeing people that are detectives, in some agencies, that's actually a promotion. In my agency, that was just an assignment. And so I worked most of my years as a patrol officer, but there were significant portions, almost a quarter of my career was spent in special units. And so I would go for up to 2 years on an assignment to, say, a drug task force or a gang task force or that sort of thing. And so I was technically a detective, but I never did actual day-to-day. Fortunately, I didn't have to be a regular detective. I got to go do fun things versus Like a real detective, unlike TV, sits at a desk all day and types reports on sex abuses and rapes and stuff like that. And I didn't have that wasn't my forte at all. And I was way more about, basically chasing down drug dealers and stuff like that, and doing fun things like that. And so, no, I was very, very fortunate to be part of the first kind of regional street crimes task force in my area. I was one of the original guys to do that, and I did that for 2 years, where we were taking off low to mid-level drug offenders, pretty much. Was most of what that was, working with informants, I can't remember if I did any we didn't do a lot of undercover operations with that unit. We did, I did later, but I think that first 2-year stint, we mostly used cooperating people to go buy drugs and help us arrest people. That sort of thing. And
you said you did some gang work. Is there a lot of gang? Well, I know LA's got a lot of gangs and stuff. Oregon got a lot of gang stuff going on as well, mate?
No. Portland has a lot of gang stuff, like any big city. They have a pretty big culture of that. But no, the city I worked in, we mostly had biker gangs and what do you call them? Kind of white prison gang type situations. Like, locally we had IPS, which was one of my targets, Insane Peckerwood Syndicate. And then we had EK, European Kindred. And these gangs were developed in, like, the only way you could get into this gang, the gangs that I focused on, was you had to go to prison. And like real prison, not just jail, but prison.
Prison,
let me explain the difference. In the state of, again, I want to caution people, because policing in the United States can be radically different depending on where you are. So I can speak with authority on where I live, but I don't want somebody thinking that, my experience is relevant to somebody working in Florida or New Jersey or somewhere, another state. But in the state of Oregon, if you commit a crime and you're sentenced to anything up to a year, you do that in county jail. Anything over a year, they send you to prison. And depending on your kind of your criminal history or that sort of thing. And again, I'm getting kind of out of my lane a little bit. I know a little bit about this stuff, but I'm not an expert. But depending on kind of your criminal history, if you're a violent offender, that will dictate if you're in a low security, medium security, or a high security prison. And I'm sure there's some similar situation where you guys are at. But no, I focused mostly on biker gangs and kind of white guy gangs, which was, so the racial demographics of Oregon are pretty, well, we don't have a lot of racial demographics. Predominantly, it's a white state. And so we had some of my part, on a team, you would get guys that would focus on one specific thing. And so other guys on my team would handle like the Hispanic gangs, Norteño, Sereno, that sort of thing. Or in the same fashion, we had a sister task force that was based in Portland that dealt more with the black gangs, your Crips, Bloods, stuff like that, and subsets of those. And we would help each other out. That's a search and rescue photo that's about to pop up.
Right. That's you. It's that wasn't you undercover. That's when you were doing volunteer search and rescue work.
Yes, that was just a training mission that I was on. That some guy had a really good camera, and I was a little slimmer in those days.
I thought that was a cool undercover shot of you, but I was wrong again.
No, that was me being a search and rescue volunteer.
How long was your academy training, mate, when you went through the academy? And was the academy the same academy as the Oregon State Police? Was it one big academy?
So that has changed in our state. At the time I went through, I think Oregon State Police had their own academy. Now all police officers in the state of Oregon go through the same academy. And mine was 10 weeks.
Righto. Yeah, we did 6 months. Queensland State Police Academy was 6 months or just over 6.
Well,
I think it was.
in many states in the United States, they call them a post academy, and they're a 6-month academy. Like if you're a cop in Nevada or California, I think those are both post academy. And in fact, I think in Washington State, they're a 6-month academy. And ours are, even now, I think it's up to 16 weeks now, but it's still not as good as a 6-month academy. And then when we go back, so you go through the academy, and the police academy in Oregon is a joke. It's pretty useless. But once you come back to your agency, you get on the job training. You have a field training officer, and which I did that for many years. We call them a FTO.
Same as us, exactly the same.
Anybody in the chat, if I use too many acronyms, just trip me up or something. But I was a field training officer. But that training's about 17 weeks, assuming unless you're me and you get extended, then it's about 19 weeks. But
it was a responsible job too. I used to do that too. Like after you've done a couple of years and you do your FTO's course. And then you get the young ones out of the academy.
You have to teach them what things are really like. Yeah.
Yeah, this is how you do it in the real world. And there's a lot of responsibility on you. So for the Americans watching there, if there's any Yanks on watching, that was me at the academy. The Queensland, they've gone to they still wear the light blue shirt for court and that now, mate. They've gone to a navy blue polo shirt and a load-bearing vest and all that. We wore a American-style gun belt there and I didn't have all the other accoutrements on there. That was just out at the range one day, and as you can see, we didn't wear that one. Yeah, that's for court and parade ceremonial occasions.
When I started in the police, we had those hats.
Yeah, we had baseball caps and that on patrol, and at the range, it's had the Model 22 40 caliber Glock on the left hip there because I'm left-handed, and my magazine pouch is there. But on patrol, when I was in, you would have my OC spray on the front, my magazines, and then around the back you'd have your handcuffs, baton, and radio. And I'll tell you what, when you got into a foot chase, that weight used to kick in real quick when you were chasing some young.
You're not catching anybody for sure. Yeah.
No, young smart asses get away from me because you keep up with them for a while, and then the weight of the gun belt would kick in, and you think, "See you, mate. I'll catch you next time, you little shithead." Yeah.
No, it's funny. We had the Glock 22 when I first got hired, and then somebody wised up and thought 9mm will be fine, and so we went to the 9mm.
I think most Australian forces have got the 40 cal Glock. And our detectives used to use a different model. It was a shorter model. I don't know what model it was. It was a shorter Glock, and it was just better for their plain clothes stuff. But general
what
duty.
Was that called? Yeah. I've forgotten. Sure. They made 3 models. They had the Glock 22 was the full size. Then they had a Glock 27, which was the 40 cal, really small gun. And then there was one in between that you're probably talking about. Yeah. And I've forgotten what model that is. Yeah. And but no, we carried the Glock 22 not for long, for probably 4 or 5 years, and then I got a Glock 17 that I had. In fact, I had 2 of those. And
which is a 9mm, is it?
Yeah, it's same size as the one you carried, but yeah, it's 9mm. Couple extra rounds. I think it's a 17 round, not a 15. And then a couple years ago, we switched over from the Glock 17 to the Sig Sauer P320. And that's what I carried the last probably 3 or 4 years that I was a police officer. And our different agencies do different things. Like I said, I want to be very specific that this applied to my agency, but they had a list. And so you could carry your own gun too, as long as it was on kind of this approved list. I was always a cheap guy, so I always just carried whatever they gave me. And
sawn-off shotgun.
What's that?
Sawn-off shotgun.
I had one of those. Yeah, that was the funny thing. Is I carried some crazy stuff in my other day, like the task force stuff. So I had you're kind of a gun guy. I had a Kimber Raptor custom shop 1911 that I carried undercover or in plain clothes. And then the gun I carried the most was just a 38 Smith & Wesson revolver, just this little snub nose, little hammerless alloy, because I could just put it in my pocket and it concealed really easy. All those guns, by the way, I still own.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about guns. We're going to talk about guns.
I was fortunate when my agency phased out the Glock 17s. They gave us the ability to buy them, and so I bought that one. And then when I retired, they gave me my duty pistol, which I thought was pretty cool. Yeah. No, I work for an excellent agency. I really love those guys. So stop on this picture here. It hasn't popped up for the rest of the guys yet. So this picture this picture right here is from a couple years ago. It's obviously the COVID masks, right?
Yeah.
But I'm on the far right-hand side of that picture wearing a traditional police uniform. I think some of those people, there's a bunch of people there wearing the tactical vest like you're describing.
Yes.
I wore one of those for a few years, but I felt it was better that I was just a police officer. I wasn't a Marine anymore, like invading Fallujah, so I just went with the regular police gear. And then that guy, one of my personal heroes is the guy standing right behind the wreath with the sergeant stripes. That's a buddy. Well, these guys are all buddies of mine, but Pat Lynch, he was Army National Guard. He did 2 or 3 deployments to Afghanistan. Wow. And you want to talk about a monster. That guy was he was a stud. He was involved in special operations and a bunch of stuff. And he and I worked together very closely toward the end of probably the last 3 or 4 years of my career. He and I were always worked the same shift, same days off, that sort of thing. But this was me, like I said, 2 years ago, and that was pretty much the uniform I wore, just your basic, kind of normal type police uniform.
Is that black or navy blue? I can never tell the difference.
Navy blue.
Navy blue, yeah. Anyway, if any of those guys in that photo are watching,
no, none of them are.
None of them will be. You didn't tell them about it.
No, I didn't.
That's funny. And that's we'll come back to that one. Here's one here of you with your daughter Kira. Is it Kira? Yeah, that's Kira. And what's she doing in the police car? Getting some happy snaps with Dad in the police patrol car.
Yeah, no, she was of my 3 kids, she was the one that always wanted to go on ride-alongs, and so we're allowed to take civilians in our car and family members and that sort of thing. Yeah, oh yeah.
What if you get the screwed out?
Well, then things get complicated. But no, she was on a ride along with me. Well, and you've got, I don't know if you're going to show all the pictures, but those pictures span a bunch of years. So like when I would work Thanksgiving, like our Thanksgiving holiday or Christmas or whatever, she would always come out and ride with me.
Yeah.
And well, you can see I was chubby in that picture.
That would have been a no-no for us in the Queensland police. And you've got, I can't see in the back there, you're packing some heat in the back of the cruiser there, mate. What's that, an M4 or I can't really tell. AR-15 thing? Well,
yeah, it's definitely an AR-15. So when I started, we had Remington 870 shotguns. And then we got the agency bought or was given a bunch of old M16s that they refurbished. And we had those for a few years. And then at some point they bought a bunch of just new AR-15 rifles. And so I carried for about 10 years, maybe 15 years, I carried a Smith & Wesson 16-inch carbine, AR-15. And then the last couple years, we were allowed to carry our own rifle. And so I had this Gucci Daniel Defense super duper, it had a LPVO scope and all the stuff. And
this is where you guys and us differ so much. We had police issued weapons. Where in my day it was Mini 14, Mini 14s, and then I think they carry the M4s now, but not in every car. There's not I think maybe your RDOs carry it. Yeah.
Here in again, that's an agency specific thing. Even here, like you'll have cop cars depending on the agency where they're not carrying rifles. And hi, John and Loma. Anyway,
that's Slacken from Toronto.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so that's an agency specific thing. Like my ability to carry my own rifle was something my agency did, but neighboring agencies, and there's usually a list, like you can't just carry some kind of bullshit, cowboy gun or something like that. It has to be a department or agency approved, at least at my agency. And yeah, and so I went out, and in fact, we just changed rifles at my old agencies right before I left. They actually bought the new Sig Sauer AR-15, some more of a military type thing. But no, I carried like I said, it wasn't until my last couple of years that I carried the really tricked out. It had the low power, what was it called? Low power variable optic, and my scope was as much as the rifle. But wow. It's pretty cool kit.
Wow, and this one here, we'll talk about now. Your police badge, which has got the end of the Oregon Trail on there, Oregon City Police. That's your police badge there. Tell us a bit about the end of the Oregon Trail and what that was about, mate.
So back in everybody's seen the Old West or the Old West movies, the old classic wagon train headed from the East Coast to the West Coast. Well, it was called the Oregon Trail, and it started in St. Louis, Missouri. And depending on where you went, in many cases, Oregon early on was more populous than, say, California or some of the other locations. And so many of the early pioneers would take Conestoga wagons and take 3 or 4 months and wagon train out to Oregon City, basically, or into the Willamette Valley where I live. But that's what on that badge depicts the Oregon, a wagon or wagon train on the Oregon Trail. And so so like California is fairly new to the United States in comparison. So back when Oregon was a territory before it was a state, was kind of where this was all, pre-Civil War, all that stuff. This Oregon City was actually the territorial capital. What's my favorite elk rifle? I'll tell you in a minute, Daz.
We're going to talk soon, and we'll talk about that soon, Daz.
So the end of the Oregon Trail was basically Oregon City, and Oregon City was a territorial capital. So like the plat map, when they laid out San Francisco, was filed at the territorial capital, which was Oregon City. So the actual downtown plat map of San Francisco, the city that stands today, wasn't a city, but when the city fathers laid it out, they had to register it in Oregon City. Wow. It's a very historical town for the West Coast.
That's a cool badge. And you can see it's more like really related to Oregon, and that's my one, which you can see has got a lot of British origins there with the Queen's crown and all that type of stuff. The Maltese cross, which is Queensland, and with honour we serve. The Queensland, the motto used to be firmness with courtesy, and the do-gooders thought, that sounds a little bit firmness with courtesy. It feels like, bit of that stuff. So with honour we serve, they changed it to the touchy-feely thing, but that's the Queensland police badge there. Now, mate, tell us about this photo here. I think you said this was my farewell gift from my retirement gift. Now,
this was kind of all the swag that the kitchen table I'm sitting at right now is where this photo was taken. But upper right-hand corner is the license plate for my second to last patrol car. And I had worked in plainclothes units for a long time, and I was getting older. And so, in 2012, I had an assigned patrol vehicle that had a little bit of body damage, and kind of half joking, I said to one of the lieutenants, "Hey man, when you get this repaired, just leave it black, because our cars start out black. And at that point, the white doors, like it was a black and white patrol car, had a wrap. They wrapped the doors white. And so I got a ding, and so again, half joking to my buddy who was a lieutenant, I was like, "Hey, just put some civilian plates on that, and let me just drive around as an unmarked." Well, he did it. I showed up at work like a few weeks later. It had that license plate. It had tinted windows. It had an internal light package and the whole thing. And so I drove that car for about 10 years And then a couple years ago, right before that, same lieutenant, Billy, if you're watching this, which I doubt it, did me a solid. So my last patrol car was identical to my second to last one. But these plates were super funny because I don't know about famous, maybe infamous for ramming people in my patrol car. And I almost wish he gave me that license plate when they retired my patrol car. But my front license plate, it was so funny. The last guy I rammed, one of my friends had his wife riding with us, and she gets out of the car, and we've just done this pin maneuver where we kind of block the vehicle from the front to the back. Yeah, and the front license plate was the only thing damaged on my car. And this my friend's wife gets out and she looks at it and she's like, "Oh my gosh, you bent your license plate." And I said, "Oh no, that was the last guy I rammed. It was already like that. It's fine." But
we need to take some tricks off you, Blakes, doing pit maneuvers and ramming cars, because the baddies seem to want to ram police cars now, and the police can't do about it. We have in Queensland a no pursuit policy. Can you believe that? And it's getting out of the thing.
Here's the thing. So very early in my career, a friend and I got into a pursuit, and so the pursuit went on to I-205, which is one of the major arterial freeways that comes through town, right? It goes into Portland, and it's a major freeway. And it was kind of during rush hour. There was a bunch of traffic, and my friend is in front, and the car we're chasing hits another car, and it spins it around. So now it's driving the wrong way on the freeway. And at the time, it's embarrassing to say, but I chickened out. I had a perfect opportunity to hit him head on and take him out, and I didn't do it. And because you've been in these situations, Buck, where you've got a million things going through your mind, and I just didn't execute on that. And he went by me, and our closure rate wasn't that bad. He was only doing 20 or 30 miles an hour the other direction, and I was probably doing 30 or 40. And the vehicle he was driving was like a little Volkswagen Jetta, like a small import car. And I was in a full size. I was in like a real police car. I was in a Crown Victoria. So it's a big full size American car. And so I easily would have won that battle. But anyway, so he goes by me like a foot from my door and hits a Ford Explorer right behind my vehicle. And the guy's taking his 12-year-old daughter and her friend to like a soccer game or something. And fortunately, nobody got hurt, but it illustrated to me, I was like, okay, that is never happening again, for sure. If I ever have an opportunity to put a hit on a guy before he does something like that, 100%, I'm that guy. And so, kind of consequences be damned. But, and so from then on, if I had an opportunity to hit a car, I just do it. And, with that in the back of my mind.
30 or 40 mile an hour, both cars, I mean, someone's going to come off bloody. I mean, there's enough power in that collision to kill somebody.
Oh, for sure. 100%. But you know what? I'm driving a full-size American car, and he's driving some little piece of shit Volkswagen Jetta, and I've got my seatbelt on, and I'll take those odds. So anyway, that's the license plate.
It's still a ballsy move. I get the pit maneuvers and all that. It's still a ballsy move, and I did a couple of chases when I first joined, and we didn't have the cars to be chasing and that. We were in old bloody Toyota paddy wagons with a cage on the back. They weren't designed to go fast and that. And then they brought in a no pursuit policy because a few innocent people were killed as a result. The police were chasing, and the baddie went into some innocent bystanders, and they've made the no pursuit policy, and it's been like that for a very, very long time.
We manage our pursuits a lot more closely than we did when I first started. And our cars are much faster now too. When that Crown Victoria that I had was a wonderful police car, but they weren't fast. That car was like 240 horsepower. It just wasn't a super fast car. My last patrol car was like 365 horsepower, all-wheel drive. No, it was a rocket. It was really fast. But getting back to the image, so that's the license plate story. The American flag that you see the stars there that's folded up, that was given to me because it was flown over the Capitol, and everybody that retires gets a flag that was flown over the Capitol. What else is in that picture? So that's the DD M4 DD7 something or DD7 M4 carbine that I carried on duty. I think that's my retirement badge. And then that case it's sitting on is just my soft rifle case. And then that's my my last set of boots.
Wow. And you still got that weapon now, mate? That weapon is, you've still got it?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's, I own it. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I own it.
Post it down to me, mate, and make sure customs don't see it.
We'll wind up both going to prison.
I'll tell you what, if I got caught with that, I would be in deep shit. And we'll talk about guns a little bit later on. I would be in deep shit if I got caught with that weapon. Oh, we won't go there. Hey, mate, another question I want to do, and it amazes me. A lot of our traffic branch guys that just do traffic work go one up as a general duties or patrol officer, general duties we called it, which we're the ones who went to domestics and unknowns, not people with knives, the people running. That was, as you said, the most dangerous part of being a police officer. You did a lot of undercover stuff. It was the general duties, patrol officer stuff. It amazes me that Americans are still going one up, mate. Like, we go generally, not all the time, but we generally go two up, mate. So if we get into a domestic and we get into a wrestle with someone, you've got that advantage. But I see in a lot of cases, Americans are still working one up.
Well, so that's an agency to agency thing. Usually it's a money thing. It pays, it costs twice as much to put two guys in one car as have one guy in each car. The car is the cheap thing. Yeah. The fact is it's much safer to run with two officers. And it goes, like I said, working for the agency that I worked for, we had minimum shifts and we were very well staffed. And so if I got dispatched to a domestic disturbance, I would only go there with one or two other guys. Where like some of your county sheriffs in a rural area, they will handle calls like that depending on the agency by themselves. But my agency, kind of our standard operating procedure was to, depending on if it was busy or not, you might have dudes just be bored and, you'd wind up with 2, 3, 4, 5 guys at a domestic and, where we way outnumbered them. And the response time, since the city I worked in was fairly small geographically, if I got on the radio and said, hey, I'm in trouble, I need backup, whatever, there'd be people piling in. We just lined the street with cop cars, and so we had times, I worked a lot of night shift where we had an overlap. And so on any given night, we could have 8 to 13 cars working in one fairly small city. And so if shit went down, I had plenty of dudes, especially I had some young guys that were kind of bruisers. Cause I'll tell you what, working patrol in your 50s is no joke.
Well, yeah, I know. I got out before that. I'd hate to be still a police officer now, mate, with the way I am. The body's breaking down on me and that. But
sure.
Another thing too is, and this probably comes into the gun laws and that, mate. We know there's illegal weapons out there in Australia still, but when we went to a job, especially a domestic or anything like that, they'd always, or if you own a weapon in this country now, it has to be registered and it will appear on a police register. So if we were going to a domestic, they go, there's guns registered to that address so that we were aware of it. And if we ever did a name check, the system would come up and go, this guy's got guns registered to him or whatever. Doesn't stop the illegal ones, I know that. But every time I pulled a car over at night, you always acted as if there could be a weapon in that car. If we went to a domestic or in a house, we always treated it as there's a possibility there could be a weapon there. So you always had to go in with your A game. You guys over there, mate, and I see a lot of it, and people say, oh, American cops are trigger happy and all that. With the gun culture, it must have been a scary job. I'd rather be a cop in Australia than the USA, mate, with the amount of guns you've got over there, and I'm going over into other territory, which we're going to talk about. You must have been on edge. How did you feel every time you pulled the car over?
You had to be aware. So you covered a lot of ground there, Buck. In the state of Oregon, if you have a concealed weapons permit, like you took classes and you can carry as a law-abiding citizen, you can carry a gun legally on your person concealed. When we would run somebody's driver's license, that would come up. The dispatcher would tell us. But just general gun ownership, no, we wouldn't know. You know, I'm very torn. I mean, I understand the constitutional legalities of it. I'm certainly not a gun control advocate, but you know, I also worked at an agency that in my 24-year career, we had one officer killed in the line of duty, and we had a second one that I worked with that's still working today that lost an eye to a bullet fragment. And so, and had another sergeant that I worked with that just retired before I did, that was actually a guy was shooting at him with a hunting rifle. And so, no, it's a very real danger. That's why you see I have a Daniel Defense DDM4 with a with a scope.
Yeah,
I believe the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And we had 2 young Queensland police officers killed last year. I think it was. They went to a routine.
Hey, Steve Wilkes just commented. I'll get to that right after Buck is talking.
Yeah, as I said, mate, we've had a few police, a young female and male officer ambushed and killed, and I'm pretty sure the firearms were registered. They were bolt actions, I believe, a shotgun and a bolt action. So, it's you just don't know, mate. You just don't know. And as a police officer, that comes with the territory. And we might get you to address this now. Steve Wilkes is down in Behan, Mexico, mate. He's the one I was telling you about. Good question, Steve. What is the difference between a police officer and a sheriff? And I've seen this on one of the best channels on. He's a traffic cop, Fridays with Frank, and he's from Pinal County Sheriff's Office in Arizona or Nevada, one of those two.
Okay.
He's a really good Fridays with Frank. He's a traffic cop. The way a police officer should be, firm but very fair. His communication skills, which is your best weapon as a police officer.
Absolutely.
His communication skills are on point, mate, on point. And I remember him saying this, Wilksy. Someone said something about him being a police officer, and he said, I'm a county sheriff, actually. There's a difference. What is the difference between a police officer and a sheriff?
Well, I can't speak to where he's policing, but in the state of Oregon, there is no difference, really. They both have authority. A lot of kind of your wacko constitutionalist people here in the U.S. will bring up some law of the sea from like 1840 or something and say that they'll only talk to the sheriff or some bullshit like old common law type stuff. But the reality is that in the United States or in the state of Oregon, it mostly refers to where they're responsible for patrolling. And so like where I live, like if I was to call the police right now, it would be a county sheriff that would show up. But the duties are exactly the same here. They have the same power to arrest and the same authority. But yeah, there's some legal text from like 300 years ago that says that the sheriff is the only duly authorized, and a bunch of these guys in the U.S. kind of seize on that. You know, I've had encounters with a number of these guys, and unfortunately for them, if I pull you over on a traffic stop and you don't produce your ID, because that's their other game, is they like, hey, I'm just a traveler traveling on a free man or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but you got to produce ID because I just pulled you over for blowing a stop sign or whatever. But and so those conversations are usually pretty short and involve us breaking their window and dragging them out of the car. In many cases, because I mean, there's no point to it, right? They know they're full of crap, and I know they're full of crap. So let's just not beat around the bush. But no, we, and many times we have a very frank and serious discussion at the window doing that communication part where I understand, I inform them of what's going to happen and how, that this is going to be a violent interaction. They potentially could be injured, but they're for sure going to jail. At which point, at some point in that conversation, they'll provide me with a valid piece of ID or at least their name and date of birth or something like that. Yeah.
I see a lot of stuff on YouTube now where, I'm not having go at America, mate. There's a lot of entitled people over there, and they're, I don't know if they do it for YouTube, but everyone who gets pulled over wants to speak to the supervisor and all this type of stuff. It's just ridiculous. And this Frank from Pinal County Sheriff's Office, Fridays with Frank, he's exactly what you did. He asked them for their ID, and if they pull the old, I don't have to show it to you, it goes south for them very, very quickly. And that's where. But if they're polite and well mannered to him, he treats them very well. But
yeah, I always treated it like this, Buck. Everything in police work. I don't know if you guys ever had chapter books down when you were growing up, but it's like a choose your own adventure. You know, remember when you were a kid? I don't know if they had these books that you'd go to page 1 and they'd read a little thing, and then if you want to do this, go to page 37, or if you want to do that, go to page 45. And so I always kind of treated police work like that. Is that, hey, we can do this easier, we can do it hard, and I'll just skip to page 99 and we'll get this over with.
We used to call it, he failed the attitude test, and it was mean you're gonna.
In some cases,
things didn't go well for him.
So
Steve,
Steven's asking, are both police officers sheriff? Sheriff is the police officer boss of a county jurisdiction, who the whole county police officers at county level work for the sheriff's office. Well, no, that's not really accurate. Again, that's getting into some kind of legal vagaries. But yeah, there is a sheriff's, but a sheriff of the county who's the chief law enforcement officer for the county. But it doesn't mean anything in a city. And the sheriff's deputy is equivalent to a patrol officer. It's all the same thing. You know, we wear a different uniform. It's just another agency.
Okay.
They have a lot more to patrol. They drive a lot further, and they have to do stuff that I wouldn't do alone.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
you know, and again, I'm speaking to very specific stuff in my area.
Yeah. As you said, America has got different things. What's right in Oregon might be totally different in, over in another state or whatever. But mate, we could talk about police stuff for another 3 hours. But we'll talk about. You also did some volunteer work with search and rescue. Just
right.
That one there. We'll go on to that one. But basically, there's a search. Tell us a bit about your search and rescue days, mate. And it was all volunteer work, I believe. Yeah,
no, I'm still involved in it. I don't put that on YouTube, but the Mountain Wave is a communications and kind of 4-wheel drive, mainly search and rescue volunteer organization. And there's a variety of them in the state that will do like ground searches and canines and things like that. But the one I volunteer with is mostly involved in radio communications and kind of in a support role of the field ground search people. And, living where I live on the side of a mountain. So there's a lot of tourism, and, it's, you don't search and rescue for the locals. You search and rescue for the tourists mostly. There's a lot of hiking. There's mountain, the Mount Hood, the mountain that I live on, is the most climbed mountain, I think, in the United States.
Wow.
It's got really good access, but it has some very difficult kind of treacherous routes to climb. And it's legitimate alpine mountain climbing, where these guys are climbing ice walls and things like that on occasion.
They keep you pretty busy, mate. Like you're on the communication side of things, supporting the men that go out into the field doing the actual searching.
Yeah. No, it goes in spurts, but it's been pretty dead lately. But I just get paged out and head up there, and then the Bronco is set up for that. And actually, I have a bunch of radios and that sort of thing in the Bronco.
We'll be talking about the Bronco soon. We've got photos of that coming up. What a great thing to still be involved with. Now that I'm retired, I do some volunteer work for the Police Citizens Youth Club, teaching kids how to drive, to help them get their driver's license while they're on their learners, and passing on my skill and knowledge there. But I think as you're retired, you've got to keep your hand in something, mate. This is fantastic that you're staying
That was my
involved
thought when I joined. Yeah, I knew retirement was kind of a few years away, and I just wanted to be able to do something that would kind of keep me active, basically. Yeah. And it gives me an excuse to buy a bunch of 4-wheel drive stuff.
That's one of the mountains? Is that Mount Hood there, is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I can't. Oh, that's in the overflow lot by Timberline Lodge.
Yeah. What's the big light up on was there a helicopter hitting it with a spotlight or something?
No, I think that's a snowcat. So it's like a snow tractor, big tracks.
Yeah, right.
They go up on the hill.
Got his lights on. That'd be absolutely fantastic doing that.
That's Mount Hood going up.
Where's that?
Oh, the one you just put up. It'll show up here on stream. Yeah. So that's Mount Hood. That's headed up from my house toward government camp.
Yeah. Wow.
And a bunch of my content, almost all of my content that I didn't go on a trip is kind of in this area. That's where I really have a benefit of, I live in such a rural, there's many people who produce outdoor content and they're like, oh, I've driven for 3 days so I can go see this, whatever. And for me, it's like that last video I think I posted on my channel. That's 10 minutes from my house. It's like no big deal.
It's drive out your driveway and it's spectacular, it's incredible. So another one there.
That's Trillium Lake. That's a high mountain lake with Mount Hood in the background.
Once again.
Yeah. And
there
that's on the other side of Mount Hood. Sorry, not that one. Let me see. That one is me camping up on Bennett Pass, which is kind of on the north side of Mount Hood.
We'll talk about the Broncos soon.
Yeah.
Look at that. The countryside, spectacular. Absolutely spectacular, mate. And
it's why I live
just
here.
To me, Oregon, just you see that tree there and you think of Oregon, don't you? And it's on your number plate.
Yeah.
It's on your license plate.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
Look
at these. Oh, mate. How good's that?
Yeah, wait till that picture shows up so everybody else can see it. Yeah, that's the back end of a Chevy Suburban with Portland Mountain Rescue is a group we work with quite a bit. But that sunset photo with the flag, I couldn't resist.
I had to put that up. The whole stars and stripes, mate, with the beautiful sunset. There's another one coming up now as well. Look at that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's all Timberline Lodge.
Photo. Wow.
Yeah. Again, it's
very nice.
Yeah, no, mate, it's gorgeous.
We're going to get onto your vehicles, and I love this one. It looks like an old World War II Willys Jeep, but it's not. It's a more modern one. Tell us a bit about your cool Jeep, mate. This one is a beauty.
Oh, so that Jeep it lived its whole life in an apple orchard or an orchard of some kind in Hood River, which is kind of on the northeast side of the mountain. And I was on vacation in Oahu 3 years ago and looking at Facebook Marketplace and saw that it was not running. And I went and bought it on it. It was like $800. I bought it on a whim, brought it home and got it running, and I've done a bunch of work to it since then. But that truck never got registered. It's never been registered. It has a number plate, but back in the day, in the late 1970s, farmers and orchards and things like that, there was no such thing as like a 4-wheel drive utility vehicle at all, like they have now with the side-by-sides and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So they would just go buy Jeeps and use them on their farms. And so that's what that Jeep was used for.
Oh,
it's hey honey.
That's a beauty, I think I've got another one over here. There she is from behind.
Yeah. It's it's just fun. I put a new wiring harness in it. I got it running. It has a new carburetor. No, it runs and drives fine. It just looks
what kind of motor's in it? Is it a gas or a diesel or?
Oh, it's gas. It's a 258 straight six, so a 4.2 liter inline six.
So she's got a bit of get up and go about her.
No, not really. It runs fine, but it's not a hot rod by any means. No, it's more of a tractor motor type situation. It's got a lot of torque, and no, it makes me smile to drive it. Honestly, it's just fun.
Absolutely.
I still don't know what I'm going to do with it, but it's I need to go have the title transferred and registered. My name would be a start, but
The only thing wrong with it, mate, the steering wheel's on the wrong side.
Well, for you it is, yeah. It's
exactly right.
Probably wouldn't be the steering wheel; it'd be the manual transmission for you. You'd have to learn how to do it with your right hand.
Yeah. The accelerator and clutch and everything's the same. The accelerator's on your right hand side. It's just I guess you'd pick it up. I always wondered how you'd go. I was in Cairns one day, and there were some backpackers, and they were on the wrong side of the road, facing oncoming traffic, and they must be young German girls or something, and they must have done the wrong turned around and they were on the wrong side of the road, and they were just panicking, and everyone's laughing at them because they turned the corner and ended up on the wrong side. Because
I don't know. I mean,
you.
I had a car in Japan, and there was obviously a right-hand drive vehicle, and if you put the steering wheel on the other side of the car, it's almost natural to be in the appropriate lane.
Yeah,
right?
I suppose so.
Yeah, and so like I never had an issue with it. After I just drove it, and obviously I didn't want to hit anybody. So, but I always seem to get the right lane.
Steve Fuller said, I've already told John that. I said I don't think I'd survive in that white stuff over there, but it'd be cool to see. I've seen the snow before. Here's another fact for you. Australia has more snow than what Switzerland does. So we do get snow down in the Australian Alps, down around not far from Canberra and Victoria and New South Wales. We do have snow down there in wintertime, but we definitely don't get it where I live. It's like Florida getting snow. It doesn't happen. So
I've watched I think Tim Bates and 4-Wheel Drive 24/7. A few of those programs have had them in the snow, and I kind of laugh at it because I'm just like, guys, that's not snow. You guys are full of crap because
Timmy,
I can show you some snow. What's that?
Tim Bates is he's in Victoria, and they call it the Victorian High Country, and you've got to go fairly high up to get snow, whereas you get it in your yard. You drive out your driveway there. So, but when we have got some good snowfields here, and unfortunately, because of the cost of living here, it's cheaper to fly to Japan or New Zealand and go to the snowfields there than go to the Australian ones because everything's just getting so expensive here, mate. So that's a cool Jeep. Now on to your probably your daily driver, mate. It's a Toyota 4Runner. Now we used to get 4Runners here in Australia, but they were imports. I'm pretty sure they were a grey import. They weren't imported by Toyota. You had to import them
I think because I bought parts from Ironman Off-Road, which I think is an Australian company, and I bought some running boards, and they were labeled as a Prado 150. So is that a vehicle you have?
Yes, a Toyota Prado. Yeah.
I think they're very similar.
Yeah, righto.
Or, obviously the body's a little bit different. And obviously we have gas motors, not diesel. But it's, that's down at Fort Stevens. Yeah.
It's a nice looking vehicle. Diesel's a big deal here. Like everyone wants to own a diesel 4-wheel drive. Diesel, like,
oh, sure.
Petrol or gas is the go-to down there, mate, in America. Or up there,
mostly because of emissions, but and tariffs. So for Toyota Motor Company to ship a diesel vehicle to America, there's like some very bad, like big tariffs. So basically nobody could afford to buy it is essentially why we don't have diesel smaller vehicles. Well, and gasoline's popular here, but no, I would love to. I'd love to have I don't know what you'd say, a 3 or 4 liter inline 6 turbo diesel that gets 25 miles, 30 miles to the gallon. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I can't get it. And, and it's Dana's car. And so she wouldn't have been too happy with the diesel. But no, it's just got a 4-liter gasoline motor in it. And, it's fine for our little trailer. And again, I did, when we bought it, it was her car. So I'm not into picking my wife's car for her. So she liked that car. Well, we had one before and I wrecked it. And then we did some shopping and it was during COVID times. And so we just wound up with this one. But this one's the TRD off-road. And so it actually has a manual transfer case. It has a locker, that sort of thing in it. So it's pretty well set up from the factory.
Yeah, it's a nice looking vehicle, mate. And is it your latest or second latest clip on your YouTube channel, which we'll talk about soon? You went out to the beach. It's an old shipwreck there, though, the remains of an old shipwreck.
Yeah, Peter Iredale. Yes.
Or your last one?
I've lost track. I think it's 1 or 2, second to last.
Yeah. Okay, so 4-liter petrol. We call it petrol here, not gas. To us is something to light the barbecue with. But now back onto this piece, mate. The Ford Bronco. Tell us a bit about your Ford Bronco. And I have seen Ford Broncos in Australia. I don't know if Ford were importing. Someone who knows more about it in the comment section,
Uh-huh.
You used to see the odd Ford Bronco getting around Australia. I don't know if they were a grey import or whether Ford were importing Ford Broncos years and years and years ago, maybe back in the 80s, early 90s. Someone may know the answer. Tell us a bit about your Ford Bronco, John.
So this is a ex-California Highway Patrol car. And a friend of mine went to college in San Francisco and bought it, and then owned it from the year 2000 until about 2018 when I bought it from him.
Yeah.
And he was going to scrap it, and because it wasn't running. And he had taken it to one of these shady mechanic outfits that had kind of screwed him over. Well, I bought it for not very much money at all, and brought it home and spent about $100 on it. And you know, I'm kind of a, you know, if you watch the channel, I do any number of kind of questionable mechanical projects, but anyway, this one worked out. And so I replaced some parts on it and got it running, and it's been running great since. But it's a 1996 Bronco. It's the last year. Up until recently, they didn't make Broncos. They still don't make full-size ones, but it came to me with that winch bumper and a worn, I think it's a 9,000 pound winch. I put the police spotlights on it because it already had the you know, it had the holes in the A-pillars. So I put the police spotlights back in there, and I redid the interior and stuff. But it's no, it's a hoot. That's really kind of my primary vehicle. Dana and I, in fact, we're just talking this afternoon, and we're probably going to sell our car and just have the 4Runner in that for me to drive.
Okay.
And again, it's a hoot. It's, you know, the way I think of it, Buck, is it's just old enough to be cool, but it's new enough to actually be comfortable to drive.
Yeah.
You know, if you get too old of a car, it's just a maintenance nightmare. And that car is really, you know, they still make parts for it. And it, you know, it's really reliable. And but yeah, it'd kill you guys in Australia. That thing gets about 10 miles to the gallon. It's I can't imagine what's that?
Oh, mate. That's what I was doing on my phone then. I was working out the cost of fuel, and I'm going to talk about that soon. Sorry, what engine was in it again?
It's a 351 Windsor, so it's a 5.8 liter V8.
V8.
Yeah.
351, which is, we used to have Ford Falcons down here with 351s in there. So 10 mile to the gallon. We work in how many liters per 100K, but that's not good.
Yeah. No, it isn't.
Slackens off. He's fallen asleep up there in Toronto. We must be boring. See you, Mark. Yeah. And thanks for tuning in. Mark Lavelle said, my mate's father had a Bronco in the 80s. It flew, he reckons. And
it goes okay. It's not, you know, it's funny, you know, a powerful engine in 1996 is not as powerful as my 2022 4Runner. You know, it just, you know, newer cars make more power with less.
I bet it sounds cooler, but
for sure.
Next clip, say this to all you Aussies and give her a good rev, mate. Get under it and let us hear that. Let us hear how the note on the thing. Marky Lavelle saying my favourite town in Oregon is Brownsville, aka Castle Rock. Great movie film there. So, and I think we saw that one before we went live. That comment.
Yeah, before. But yeah, that's the Bronco. That's my primary search and rescue car. But I've had a ton of 4-wheel drives. I was thinking about it since you and I talked, and I can't even. I've probably had 20 different 4-wheel drives. I tend to change vehicles, so who knows what I'll have next. But for the upcoming next year or two, I think we're going to stick with the 4Runner and the trailer because that seems to be a pretty good camping setup for us.
Yeah. Oh yeah, mate. And we're going to see that soon. Your little You think I just worked out the fuel cost roughly. I get diesel at the moment. Diesel's 10 cents a litre dearer than petrol or gas. It should be the other way around, but I think it's 4 litres to a gallon. You guys work in gallons there. It was $1.88 the other day. You can get a little bit cheaper. So we'll work on $1.88 a litre, times it by 4, and then convert it to American. We're roughly paying $5. This is US, $5.20 a gallon. I'm tipping you're probably going, holy shit, that's dear.
It is not that crazy though. We I think we bought gas today, and it was just over $4 US a gallon. And when we were down in fact, I purposely, when we made that Redwoods trip, I bought gas in Oregon, because once you go into California, the taxes change, and it was like $5-6 a gallon down there.
Oh, okay.
Maybe $5.20, $5.60 a gallon, something like that. And so we purposely spaced it out. We were so close to the border that we purchased gas in Oregon before we went over. And then we didn't fill up till we got back.
Okay. What's the cost of living? Have you noticed the cost of and we have here in the last few years, the cost of living, and it's the biggest, it's what's going to sink all the governments down here. They worry about all this other stuff. The cost of living down here and I'm talking fuel, groceries, just the electricity, the general cost of living has just kind of just snuck out of control for the average Aussie. Is it like that in the United States at the moment too, mate? Or is it still
100%? 100%.
Yeah.
Well, and on top of it, the other thing you guys don't have to deal with, Buck, is medical insurance. We have private medical here. So like in retirement, I have very, very, very good medical insurance for the average American, but it costs me about $1,500 US a month to insure Dana and I. And to give you a point of reference, my mortgage is less than that on my house.
Yeah.
And ridiculous. So next time you bitch about your free medical there in Australia, I want you to consider that, because it's out of control, basically.
I've seen a lot of it's
we probably won't agree on gun control, but we would agree on socialized healthcare.
Yeah, well, I've seen a lot of Americans that have come down to Australia, and they go compare. They do a YouTube clip. Why is Australia better than America, or the other way around? And that exact thing is the Australian healthcare system. As much as we knock it sometimes, yes, it can be a lot better. They go, Australia's healthcare system, like if I get sick, mate, and I'm having a heart attack, an ambulance will turn up, it'll get me to the hospital, and I'll be on the machines and all that type of stuff, and it won't cost me a cent if I go to a public hospital. So it's just the way it is, but people still have private health as well. I'm lucky I'm on a Veteran Affairs Gold Card, so I get free medical for the rest of my life. I'm lucky because I served in the military and I've got a Veteran Affairs card. But yeah, mate, I guess it's like anything. Some things are better over there, some things are better down here. And I know Americans are envious of our free health care down here. But we do have, people can have their private health as well. It's good to know if things turn to shit, you're getting bitten by a bloody brown snake, you'll get rushed to hospital and they'll save your life, and it won't cost you a cent here. So it's good to know. It really is. And knowing that you haven't got a massive bill at the end of it,
We there's a little better shot of that. It's going to pop up here in a second.
That's a great shot there. It looks good in the snow, doesn't it? That's just any photo with the snow. It just seems to make the photos look so much better. Here we go. Here's another vehicle of yours. Burning a bit of rubber, mate. Have you still got that, the little quad?
Oh, no, that's 25 years ago.
Is it right?
That's probably in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
When probably just before I got rid of it. No, I had that bike to go out in the sand, and then I moved out here where I'm not near the beach, and was trying to ride it around in the woods, and it was a colossal failure. That bike right there is a 2-cylinder Banshee 2-stroke, and it was made to drag race, and so it wasn't like a trail bike or anything fun like that. No, that was to go to the dunes and climb the biggest dune and race guys. And no, I got rid of that. I traded it for a motorcycle.
Wow!
After that, but
I bet that had a bit of a bit of get up and go and whatever.
Oh yeah.
Maybe before we get into some family stuff and your YouTube channel and camping, which we're round the live feed off with a little bit of family stuff and camping. I'm going to go down that rabbit hole just quickly because we can do a whole live feed about this one, and it's firearms. And you can see that Americans and Australians, we got the same lifestyle. But one thing where we're polar opposites is gun laws. Now, for any Americans watching, and I know that a lot of Americans, I see comments on, I watch a lot of gun stuff too, mate, and I love guns, but I have my own views on it, and they will be different. Your views and my views on guns will be different because I'm Australian, you're American. I'm from a military background and a police background. I love firing guns.
Sure.
I love firing machine guns and shit in the army. And that photo over there, speaking, you mentioned 870 Remington before. That was that army photo of me. That's a 870 Remington there. Boys used to blow the doors off before they went in.
Oh, yeah, very common breaching shotgun.
Yes. And they used to, a lot of the time they took the stock off and just had the pistol grip and didn't have the stock off and that, so I could
when I had when I was on the task force, one of the guns I carried, so we would do search warrant executions where we would kick people's doors in and take over their house and stuff, and I carried one of the guns I carried was a Remington 870, only it had a 14-inch barrel. So when you talked about a sawed-off shotgun, my shotgun was like that long,
nice.
from the end of the stock to the end of the barrel was that big. And
it seems to be either a Remington or a Mossberg. They law enforcement.
Yeah, I think the Mossbergs are kind of edging them out these days.
Are they?
Well, Remington's quality's kind of gone to crap.
Okay. Yeah, well, they're a well-known thing. Mate, I don't know if you're aware of this and if there's any other Americans watching. I know the Americans think Australians were not allowed to own guns, and that's a long way from the truth. We can own guns here. We've got a lot of restrictions, and I'll quickly go through them with you. And you know about this because we spoke about it the other day. But for any other Americans that are on there that may not know this, prior to 1996, we were allowed to own semi-automatic rifles, AR-15s, SKSs, all that type of stuff. We had an incident, and for all the Australians, I know it's the 27th of April where you are at the moment, mate. It's the 28th of April here. 28 days, 28 years to the day. On the 28th of April, 1996, we had a lunatic murder 35 people down in Tasmania at a place called Port Arthur, which was an old convict tourist attraction where the convicts used to go. 35 men, women, and young children that he murdered in cold blood, and he wounded another 23, I think it was. And our Prime Minister at the time, John Howard, said that shook the nation to the core, mate, that it was just 35. And he said, this shit will not happen again on my watch. And he banned semi-automatic rifles and semi-automatic shotguns and a few other things. We can still own a Glock. We can still own a 9mm Glock. But there's obviously very, very strict conditions. Mike Blakely is on. G'day, Mike, from Colorado. John? Mike Blakely?
Yeah.
Your next door neighbour. Colorado is probably a fair way away from you, but
my daughter in Florida just lived in Denver before that. But yes, go ahead.
Mike's over there. I think he's a Denver Broncos supporter. G'day, Mike. How are you?
Yeah.
Your parcel, Mike, before I forget, has arrived in the United States. It's not too far away. So in 1996, mate, we had an horrific incident. The government did a buyback scheme, and they got rid of semi-automatic rifles, Mini 14s, AR-15s, SKSs, and all that type of stuff that you probably still got there in the United States.
I've got all those.
That bastard's in prison. He wasn't. The police didn't shoot him for some reason, and he's in prison for the rest of his life, never to be released. Some of the stories that come out of that thing, little kids huddled behind a tree after their mum got shot, and he tracked them down behind the tree and shot two little toddlers to death. That ended our semi-automatic weapons, that one incident. And our Prime Minister at the time said, this shit will not happen on my watch again. And we have not had a mass shooting ever since, mate, since 1996. On the 15th of March 2019, another Australian who seemed a white supremacist went to town, Christchurch, New Zealand, at two mosques. He was anti-Muslim, and he shot 51 people dead and injured 40. in a horrific mass murder in Christchurch on the South Island of New Zealand. The New Zealand Prime Minister at the time, Jacinda Ardern, female Prime Minister, went down the same track. New Zealanders love their hunting, mate, even more than Australians. New Zealanders love their deer hunting and all that type of stuff.
Sure.
But the Prime Minister said, that's it. You've lost your semi-autos. New Zealand went down the same way. Here in Australia, and now we can still own weapons, except for those types of weapons. We can still own a pump-action shotgun and a shotgun and a handgun and that. But there's very strict conditions if you've got any sort of mental health problems, if you've got a criminal history, if you've got domestic violence history, and all that type of stuff, you will not get a firearm in this country. And I agree with that. I agree with it. Every time there's a mass shooting in the United States, Aussies, we just sit down here and watch the news and we just shake our head and go, how many more before the Yanks do something? And I know you will never get rid of your gun. You will not go down the same thing as Australia, because I think it would lead to civil war. I don't know if I'm right in saying that. But is there something more you can do, mate? And I'm going to get you to explain your Second Amendment quickly to us soon. Is there something, can something better be done to try and prevent these mass shootings, mate? Like, do you sit back as Americans and go, my God, another one? Or is it just something you have become numb to?
You covered a lot of ground. First of all, I can speak very specifically to the state of Oregon. You cannot purchase a firearm in the state of Oregon without having a background check. The only way you can transfer a firearm in the state of Oregon is if it's a family member. If I want to give my brother a gun or my daughter a gun or that sort of thing. But for that, you have to go through a background check. Many of the things that you just explained about having, if you have a history of domestic violence, that disqualifies you. If you're a convicted felon, that disqualifies you. I see Colorado is currently trying to pass an assault rifle ban. I'll speak to that in a second. That'll be the Second Amendment portion. But where was I at here? The background check stuff. So, like, even when I purchased my, in fact, when I was given my duty gun from my police department when I retired, I had to do the paperwork. I had to go to what we call a federal firearms leader, a FFL, federal firearms something, and I don't know the acronym, but anyway, somebody that has a federal firearms license and have to have the transfer paperwork done. So a lot of the gun control lobbies make it seem like there's some sort of loophole there, and there's really not. Way 20, 30 years ago, there used to be what was called the gun show loophole, where you could go to a gun show and it'd be like a swap meet for guns, right? And you could just buy one over the counter and there's no background check involved. Though that hasn't happened in 20 years, right? That's a thing of the past. As to the variety of firearms comes from this being America. And so like the president can't just up and say, it's like Mike Blakely was just talking about the Colorado assault weapons ban. They keep trying to do this and legislate it out. But the thing they're running into is, first of all, our Supreme Court currently is comprised of a majority of very conservative constitutional Supreme Court judges, right? And so they're not going to take the newer interpretation of anything. They're going to be talking about, or as those, Oregon's got a very similar bill as to what Colorado does, kind of working it. It's currently under injunction, meaning a state court has suspended it from being a law because it's unconstitutional. And so you have a couple of hurdles. First of all, the government doesn't give us our rights. We have the rights. They can just take them away occasionally, right? And so the framers of our Constitution were kind of ingenious because they were anti-government guys. And you and I spoke, Buck, and I did take some notes about I thought it might make more sense to people in Australia if there's a bunch of amendments to our Constitution, right? But I just listed out the first 10, if you'll just allow me a second. So our first, you always hear about our First Amendment, right? The right to free speech. which by the way, you guys don't have, because I watch plenty of your YouTubers getting sued for defamation and things like that. The Second Amendment is the right to keep and bear arms. That's what we're talking about tonight. The Third Amendment, which nobody ever talks about, is the government. It prohibits the government from putting troops in private homes for like barracks purposes. That goes back to the Revolutionary War. The Fourth Amendment, as a police officer, this one I'm very, very, very familiar with. It's unlawful search and seizure, right? It goes back to Castle Doctrine, how search warrants, even my ability as a police officer to arrest someone fell under the Fourth Amendment. Because, if I put you in handcuffs, that is violating your Fourth Amendment. So I better have a good reason, right? Our Fifth Amendment talks about your right to self-incriminate or not to self-incriminate, right? I'm pleading the Fifth. You'll hear that on news programs or whatever.
I've heard that,
Sixth Amendment is speedy trial. You have a right to face your accuser. You have a right to a speedy trial. Seventh Amendment guarantees a jury trial. Eighth Amendment is the excessive bail amendment, meaning that the government can't impose a bail to allow your release with, basically it's got to be proportional to the crime, right? Ninth Amendment, rights of the citizens will be protected. 10th Amendment, any powers that are not, and this one's really important, any powers that are not specifically given to the federal government nor withheld from the states are reserved to those respective states or the people at large. Meaning, so the framers of our Constitution, in just the first 10 amendments, pretty clearly spell out that they don't like the freaking government very well at all. And so, and the Second Amendment, right after free speech, is the right to keep and bear arms. And so historically, when you're looking at the Second Amendment, it's a real tough hurdle to just make a law that violates that, right? Kind of willy-nilly. And that's where our Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is running into a bunch of problems right now, court-wise, because they're trying to institute a bunch of laws. A bunch of individual states like Colorado, California, Oregon, Washington have these cases kind of working their way through the court system. And I think ultimately they're all going to be found to be unconstitutional. And to answer your question is, I don't know how you solve it. I think that it's a society-wide problem. And I think that nobody wants to have a conversation about the treatment of mental illness to start with. The gun's a tool, right? Like you guys just had a mass stabbing not too far from you, right? And it's, by the way, I got to call you out a little bit. I'm not pepper spraying a guy with a knife. I'm freaking shooting his ass. You made some comment about, if they would have had
gun out. I went for me pepper spray. Yeah, I know, mate. He could have quite easily died that night, but
But no, but that guy, I think in the news broadcast that I saw, he had some mental health component, and most of our, our school shootings and mass shootings have some sort of mental health component. And the other disingenuous argument is, you mentioned, I think Christchurch or one of those where 30 people were killed, or the Australian shooting, 30 people were killed.
35 in Tasmania, 51 in Christchurch.
Well, 15 to 20 people in Chicago got shot probably last weekend, and nobody reported on it. It's just and it has some of the strictest gun laws in the United States. Like almost like you can't own a handgun in Chicago, or it's so absurdly hard. Yeah, they're illegal already. So, just simply, and I pulled up some other numbers. So let's, when they're destroying those firearms in Australia, I don't know what gun ownership was in Australia prior to that, but as you mentioned, US has about 333 million people, right? We have depending on which Google tab you look at, we have 390 to 420 million guns in the country. AR-15s represent about 20 million. AK-47s represent about 4.5 million. Pistols are 145 million. Shotguns are about 64 million. And so how do you pass a law or whatever? Because people are not going to be happy about this. And then make people that were lawful citizens into criminals overnight for owning these things. For instance, if Dana and I decided that we were going to, her parents are from Huntington Beach, California. And if I was to relocate down there, I couldn't take my guns that I currently own down there. Yeah. Well, yeah, because they have very strict magazine capacities and models and makes of firearms that, well, probably half of the guns I own wouldn't be that, like that M4 that I have my Mini 14 may be okay. AK-47 for sure would land me in prison. My Glock, my SIG, any number of those guns would be illegal in California, at least without like a 10-round magazine. There's places in the U.S. that have very strict gun control. This just isn't one currently. And, because I'm not I believe in the letter of the law. If we were ever to have a civil war, I would not be a participant in that. I'm not that guy, I'm not an anti-government dude at all. But being a police officer for 24 years, I feel very strongly about people's constitutional rights. Yeah. And, and I take that very seriously. So, but no, I'd be making a lot more money right now if I knew the answer to our mass shooting situation.
Yeah. No. Well, gun ownership in Australia is the highest it's ever been. Yeah. But obviously we got bolt actions and whatever. We don't have semi-automatic rifles. And
here's the thing that the Second Amendment, that's the other thing that is kind of a misnomer and gets spun here in the United States quite often, which is, they're like, yeah, well, the founding fathers wanted you to be able to hunt and do that sort of thing. But the reality is the founding fathers wanted you to be able to resist the efforts of the government with whatever means you found necessary. It's kind of on the nose and stuff. And I'm certainly not a revolutionary, but the reality is the way that's written, it's pretty plain in that their intention was for you to be armed as well as anybody else. It wasn't just about shooting deer or whatever. And so it's a very delicate thing. Going back to the Colorado thing, we have a very similar bill here in the United States or in Oregon that is currently under injunction.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of on hold right now. Yeah. Let's see. Any other good comments? Somebody mentioned big game, like elk hunting rifle. My personal elk hunting rifle is a 300 Winchester Magnum. It's a Savage. I think it's an M110. It's more gun than I can handle. It'll shoot further accurately than I can. Which is a big
bolt action or a lever action?
It's a bolt action. No, I've got a couple levers. That picture you showed of my great grandfather, I've actually got his Winchester from right after he got out of the Marines in World War I. He came straight back and went back to ranching, and he bought a Winchester octagonal barrel 32 special that I have up in my gun safe. And but most of my personal guns, that I'm not a gun guy, but as you get older, relatives have died off, my dad's guns, that sort of thing. I've inherited some and so I have a lot of kind of collector type stuff. I was never one of these guys. I don't have like 13 assault rifles. I've got 5, but but I don't consider myself a collector because they were all stuff, for the most part, they were all stuff I used at work.
Tyrannical government. That's what I go on about. The Americans don't trust our government. I mean, we hang shit on our government, but I don't think we're as distrustful of our government as what you guys are. I don't know what it is about.
Well, here's the thing, Buck. Especially with COVID, and with all the rioting we had in some of our major cities, Portland being one of the biggest ones in the U.S. for rioting, people saw that the police couldn't control these things. And so they started taking their own personal security all of a sudden the Second Amendment became very important to them. Because, if you called the cops, the defund the police, the rioting, the destruction of private property, the assaults, all those things, people got scared. And, just in the last 5 years, gun ownership has gone up exponentially in this country.
Yeah.
Just because of that, people are fearful.
Yeah.
And, well, welcome to the bandwagon. I've been fearful for a long time, and I own a lot of guns. So
sometimes I'm a bit critical of America with the guns, especially after a mass shooting. You hear it on the news, but there's other times there where I think the Yanks might have it right. Like the amount of people coming into people's homes in Australia and people not being able to defend themselves and that. And sometimes I think the Yanks have got it right. I think the Yanks have got the right attitude that you should be able to defend your bloody yourself when you're in your own house and that. And there's times where I disagree with you guys with guns, and there's other times where I think you might be on the money. And
well, there's no perfect solution. That's the reality. There is no perfect solution. And I prefer to, nobody mess with me and I won't mess with you, and we're all good.
Yeah.
So,
no, good on you. As I don't begrudge anyone having their. I follow an old Hickok 45. He's in Tennessee.
Yeah, he's a legend.
John Hickok. I love watching his channel and the way he loves firearms and he shoots at targets and all that. So I got no problem with someone going out hunting. You're wanting to hunt. And all that. I don't have a problem with that, but YouTube's just getting full of wannabe special forces operators now that are on there with their bloody M4s and their chest webbing and their tactical plates and all this. And I'm thinking, you haven't served a day in your life, and they're on YouTube and think they're Navy SEALs or whatever. It's getting overdone, mate. And we call them wankers down here, people like that, But old John, who just loves going out and shooting at targets and all that, that's what I'd love to own an M4 or an AR-15 and those types of weapons to be able to go out and have a shoot on the weekend at some targets. We can't do that, not with semi-automatic weapons. But Hickok 45, that's my favourite gun channel on YouTube.
Yeah, no, he's a good guy, or appears to be. But no, and again, I'm not I own firearms. They're not a big part of my life at this point. I use them professionally over the years. And so I have probably a little different view. But I like when I was making the YouTube channel, that was never going to be part of kind of what I'm up to or putting myself out as some sort of expert. The reality is I'm probably better at guns than anybody watching this live stream, but I'm not nearly as good as some guys I know. So, it's
that's right.
I wouldn't consider myself an expert. I'm a journeyman gun user, gunfighter type dude. I was never the fastest guy. I was never the most accurate, but I was always in that kind of top 2/3.
Yeah, good stuff. Big fella's got a point here, mate. We got a comedian called Jim Jeffries, and he does a very good skit about this, about someone breaking into his house and loading the musket and all that. When the second amendment, I think he means to, was written, they had muskets, not semi-autos.
He's right. They did.
Well, it is. How do you, I don't know. Where do we? And it was when the Second Amendment was written. It was people had muskets and that. It's a different world now.
Yes, it is a different world, but the reality is they were very specific that they wanted us to be able to have military. The average person back in those days could have just as good a gun as the military did. And that's the fact today. Just because the technology changed didn't mean that you give up your Second Amendment right to have whatever's current.
Yeah. Are there states are there states there where if you have got a criminal history or you've got domestic violence orders, whatever you call them in America, domestic violence or apprehended violence orders against you, or mental health history, are there states in the US where you can just walk into Walmart and buy a friggin' AR-15, or is that a fallacy?
I don't think so, but I'm not an authority on that. Not in this state. 100% not in this state, or the neighboring states. But things get a little wishy-washy when you talk about the southeast of America. Some of the southern states are a little more liberal with that sort of thing. But I don't believe that. I believe the case is that you have to go through some form of a background check. But as to what the specifics of that are or what that entails. But in this state, if you're even indicted for a crime, like you haven't even been to court, you can't buy a firearm.
Yeah.
And I think that's generally pretty kind of the way most states handle that. You know, that most states will have some version of a background check. And again, I can't speak to what other states are, but again, I know in Oregon, again, domestic violence, even a misdemeanor crime for domestic violence, you can't buy a gun. And the mental health thing too will pop up on a background check. So if you've had, if you've been incarcerated, but many of the active shooters that we've had have been diagnosed like schizophrenics, but somehow they got guns. Legally got guns. So they were undiagnosed or whatever. But going back to, the other thing that the media massively underrepresents in this country is the amount of armed citizens who stop crimes.
Yes.
The good people with guns. Those guys don't make the news. They won't, because it's not sexy that, grandma held off a home invasion or whatever. It just doesn't play well with the narrative of the media.
Fair enough.
But no, getting back to like I said, the hunting stuff, I've got several hunting rifles. I've got 3 or 4 kind of regular bird hunting shotguns. And then I have a riot gun, basically a police shotgun, in addition to, I don't know, got a Mini 14, AK-47, M4. I think that's all the kind of assault-ish weapons, but most of them had to do with my job. The M4 for sure. Mini 4, the Mini 14 I just got from my dad, but it's but again, AK-47 is fun to shoot, so I got one.
Yeah, Mini 14s are a good little weapon. I know a lot of people go on about best weapon for home defense. It makes a thing. What would you grab? And my next question is going to be, do you have to store them in a safe? That was one of the other thing. You own firearms here. You must have an approved safe. It has to be bolted to the wall, has to be a certain type that can't be carried away. What gun would you grab if someone was going to come in your house? And 2, do you have to secure your firearms and your ammunition?
In the state of Oregon, you do.
Yeah.
You have to have some form of a locking safe of some kind.
Yes. Okay.
What would I grab? What I would recommend people to grab and what I would grab are 2 different things. Here's the thing, you've shot a pistol a fair amount. It's for somebody that's not trained or has the ability to train. A pistol's a really hard weapon to do any damage with, right? They're not very accurate. You're under stress. It's dark. I mean, there's a variety of things that, that kind of argue against pistols are only good because they're portable, right? They're easy to carry. I would always advocate for a long gun of some kind, be that a shotgun, inside the house. But, there's a lot of considerations. I live in a rural area. So if my gun over penetrates, I don't have to worry about shooting my neighbor, right? Where if you live in an apartment somewhere and whatever you're shooting goes through 14 walls, and 5 people,
like a 7.62 or something.
Yeah. So what I would, just a easy weapon to use, simple manual of arms, would be just a pump shotgun with like birdshot in your residence. That's going to be lethal. It's not going to, it'll over penetrate to a point, but that's probably the safest bet. If you know what you're doing, a pistol can be fine, or an AR type platform, depending on kind of where you're located and what your expertise level is fine. But again, I'm not an authority on home defense. You know what? Honestly, get a freaking German Shepherd or a Malinois. That'd be my recommendation. If you're worried about security, that's my first line of defense is my 120-pound wolf. And so, if you get through him, then I'll worry about it. But no, I'm not. And honestly, unlike many people, if you try to break into my house with my family, we're probably going to have a gunfight. But if I see somebody out in my shed where I filmed a lot of my videos, that building is probably 25 meters from my house, right? It's a ways away. If you're breaking into my shed, I'll be upset, but I'm not shooting anybody over stuff. If you want to steal my stuff, I'm not getting into a gunfight with you over a theft.
No one,
if you're going to hurt or kill me or my family, yeah, we've got a super big problem. But if you're just going to steal my crap, I've got too much crap. I may help you load it up, honestly. Thin out the herd a little bit, but I'm certainly not shooting anybody over anything in my garage.
Roddy, big fella's got a Rottweiler, very protective, yes. And most Aussies that have got shotguns, whether it's a 12 gauge or a 410, it's usually for snakes. They do a good job on snakes.
Well, again, but again, I'm certainly not an expert on, again, home defense per se. I think that, any firearm is, if you point a firearm at somebody, they usually in my experience, they get the message pretty quickly.
And so it's pretty safe where you live, mate, Oregon, for a trip and that. You don't live in fear is what I'm trying to say. You still feel you go out and I don't, but I live, gee whiz, Buck. I live in a I live half a mile from a golf course on a dead end cul-de-sac type road where everybody's house is on an acre. I'm not exactly living in the inner city here, right? Well, and honestly, I know all my neighbors and I get along with, if I was to give advice to people, it's make friends with your neighbors. My neighbor just up the street, my next door neighbor, Big Mike, is a retired master gunnery sergeant from the Marines. And God help you if you were breaking into my house, because I wouldn't need to do a thing. Big Mike would swoop in and it'd be game over. Guy's like 6'5". Yeah. But that's cool.
No, like I said, I'm not a home defense expert, so take it with a grain of salt. But I guess a pump action shotgun's about as good as anything.
Yeah, it's interesting just the gun laws in Oregon they're tighter than what we probably think they are, and Oregon sounds like it is. A lot of common sense is applied.
Yeah, it's a pretty liberal state as states go, but it's gun ownership's still a thing here, and and will continue to be. But it's like I said, I have no plans on moving. A lot of guys that I know are retiring or have retired and have moved away to more conservative states like Idaho, Nevada, Arizona, where things are a little more stable. Because again, Oregon, if you live anywhere near Portland is a shit show. It's an absolute nightmare. Yeah, they're having all kinds of violent crime there. Yeah. And, so if I lived in the city, my take on this would be completely different.
Yeah. I'd have worried out of the United States. What we see on the news and that, I probably don't see all the good news, but the United States is, I don't know, and it happened without going down the bloody political rabbit hole, mate, and because people are going to be on both sides of the fence, and I'm not even going to ask you what side of the fence you're on, but it just since Trumpy come in 2020, I think it was, it's just I've never seen the United States so divided, mate. Am I wrong on that, or from what we see on the news?
I think a lot of that is a function of the media and the way they cover things. It does. I will speak briefly in that I find it hard to believe in a population of 333 million people that all we could find is two 80-year-olds to run for president.
Two diddly donks.
One lunatic and one guy that has dementia, and that's the best we could do.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, because I'm thinking, surely America, you can come up with two friggin', like someone who's just got a bit of nous, and I'm just thinking like a JFK, like a young charismatic type bloke who got a bit of common sense, and Ronald Reagan. I loved him. I thought he was a great president for you, Ronnie the Ray Gun, and that. I loved him. And but mate, these two dead set diddly donks. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens in November. It's going to be really interesting. And I hope whoever wins, I hope your country stays peaceful, mate. And whoever gets
I think it will. I think there's going to be some skirmishes during the summer. There'll be some political unrest, at least locally here. There will be. But I think on the whole, my hope is at least that everything kind of goes off like you're kind of describing, is no matter who wins.
Everyone hopes, and all the
Yeah.
Western countries, the UK, Australia, New Zealand, we all want to see America united, not divided, and the United States. And that's how we need a strong America, mate, the Western world, because we live in uncertain times at the moment, and I get worried when I see America fighting between itself. I think, hang on, we need you guys to stay strong, because you're the world policeman. We'll back you up, but we need you guys strong and united. So let's hope it stays that way, John.
Well,
but both are incompetent. Well, there you go. It sounds like both of you and Mike could probably get on well over a beer. You're probably both saying,
I'm reading that comment. Somebody mentioned the
good.
drug problems in Oregon. That is a huge problem here. So probably 3 or 4 years ago, they passed Measure 110 in Oregon, which legalized drugs. And so the last few years with fentanyl, I can't tell you how many drug overdoses I've been to, hundreds. I mean, basically Measure 110 in the state of Oregon was a death sentence to any opiate addict, because they get fentanyl and they just die. Yeah, I mean, sooner or later they just die, and it's a tragedy, and it's awful. And I don't know how many opiate addicts you've ever dealt with in your career, but the only way an opiate addict gets clean is if there's some sort of incentive, right? Like they get arrested, they have to go through a drug treatment program, that sort of thing. But voluntarily, opiate addicts specifically just don't get clean. They just eventually they die. And again, this legalization came at the same, it's like a perfect storm of bad things, right? The legalization of all these kind of Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 narcotics coincided with the introduction of fentanyl, which is just out of control. And my heart breaks for anybody that has a family member that has an opiate addiction or anything like that, or is using street drugs, because that, and we saw a bunch of polydrug stuff where, the person would think they're buying one thing and they'd wind up with fentanyl and be dead. I can't tell you how many people, that the two most negative things I had in law enforcement was, many negative things in law enforcement, but two of the biggest ones were the last 5 years with the fentanyl overdoses and then suicides. Especially veteran suicides are very difficult.
Yeah.
That's both of our political parties' fault. We fought an unnecessary war for 20 years, and now we've got all these veterans that are, they just haven't been taken care of, and they're dealing with it. And
it's a hard one, mate. We say unnecessary war, and I know a lot of us think about that now. What was it for? Because it's just back to the way it was. But I guess after September 11, something had to do something. You couldn't let that shit slide.
What happened was September 11th happened, and we were in the right. We absolutely 100%. Needed to go to Afghanistan, and we needed to kill Osama bin Laden and do that and sort that out.
Yeah.
But this whole mission creep situation over there, and then the invasion, there's no way we can explain as Americans the invasion of Iraq. That was an illegal invasion, and we should have never been there, because we started a war of opportunity for purposes that weren't accurate. We went in there on bad intel, and shame on the people in charge, because they should have known better. And, and they saw an opportunity for whatever reason that they wanted to get in a war with Iraq. And that again was just a miscalculation, and it cost a lot of families very dearly. Both, people that lived in Iraq and freaking, because that's like the war that's going on in Israel right now with, imagine when you have a war, like when we invaded Iraq, imagine the civilian impact on that sort of thing. The civilians are always the ones that get the shit into the stick on any armed conflict. You can look at Ukraine, you can look at Gaza, you can look at, if you go back, like we were talking about World War II, since I was in Okinawa, I'm practiced up on that World War II history. But when the Marines and the Army invaded Okinawa, I think we had a casualty rate, not even KIA, but just a casualty rate of, I think 16 to 20,000 guys were killed or injured on the Allied side. Like 60,000 Japanese soldiers lost their lives, and like 160,000 Okinawans lost their lives, just civilians. And so, this toll of war is insane. And, the fact of the matter is that, my hope is that Israel can figure their stuff out and, stop this, what is really looking like a genocide at this point. And, and that's, I don't consider myself anti-Semitic, but I also don't want to see people get hurt. And, that sort of thing. And, going back to the war in the Middle East that I participated in, and then the follow on, that was a huge black eye for America, in my opinion. The fact that we nursed that thing along for 20 years I think they probably had good intentions, but you can't go into a country like that that's basically stuck in the 4th century and introduce your culture to them and think it's going to take. It's just not going to happen at all. There has to be some participation. It's got to be some reciprocity there. And it was just not going to happen. It's just too divergent of cultures. You have to let them govern in the manner that they're going to govern themselves, and get the hell out would have been my advice. Especially
there's a lot of Australians that go, that are not anti-American. Don't get me wrong, they're not anti-American, but anti us getting in too close into bed with the Americans, because we did it in Vietnam, which is another one of those wars where you go, did we need to be there? We went into Iraq again, our Prime Minister John Howard, and once again went in because there's weapons of mass destruction in that country, and there wasn't. And it's embarrassing. You go, well, what are you going to say now? It's like, and then we went into Iraq, and then Afghanistan. We followed you into Afghanistan, and there's a lot of people saying we got to distance ourselves from the Americans a bit because we get dragged into shit we don't need to be involved in. And I get where they're coming from, but the older Australians like me and that, we realise that we can't defend ourselves, mate. We don't have the population or the defence force to defend ourselves by ourselves, and we're going to rely. If anyone put the squeeze on us, I think we'd piss our pants and we'd be on the phone going, Yanks, get down here and help us, please, because we can't do it ourselves.
To your advantage to have a close. I understand their sentiment, though, because the reality, though, is nobody's going to invade Australia.
No, I don't.
The reality is there's only 2 or 3 militaries on the planet that have any expeditionary, meaning they can go invade a country over an ocean. In many ways, Australia is protected just by where it's at. I mean, because the only near peer adversary you potentially could ever have would be China, and they're not sailing how many thousands of miles to invade Australia. It's just not going to happen. They can't get their shit together to invade Taiwan, for crying out loud, and it's 100 miles off the coast. The fact of the matter is, they're while they're ramping up their military, industrial, whatever. Again, they don't have the ability to go halfway around the world and invade another country. It's just not realistic. So I kind of sympathize with the people you're talking about to an extent, because y'all really don't need us to that extent. Yeah, if Australia was ever in jeopardy, I'm sure the U.S. would step in 100%. But I just don't see a scenario where that would be a reality. The fact of the matter is, Australia is a country that's of more use to us than we are to them, really. Again, they're just not the way the world's going. Again, I think the U.S., Great Britain, France, there's only a handful of countries that can legitimately say, yeah, we can sail around the world and like duke it out with somebody. And of those, obviously the U.S. is the only one that can put, thousands of troops into an area and really have a military conquest of some sort, which I'm not advocating for whatsoever. I just assume we kind of go back to the Cold War era of us, to use your term, just be the world police. We'll just sail around on our ships and make sure there's no pirates or anything. and everybody's kind of minding their own business and get on with life. You know, it is kind of my take on that. But again, I'm kind of in the minority, I feel, these days.
Yeah, I think a lot of older Australians like me and my parents and all that, we still remember World War II, and if it wasn't for you guys, we'd be probably speaking Japanese now. Who knows? We'll never know, but we do appreciate what you guys did, and we fought.
Well, it's one of those things where the other problem with that, well, not that line of thinking, because I think you're right, but you know, whenever you conquer a country, it's like, hey, congratulations, you conquered the country. Well, now you own it. You know, so the Japanese might have gone through and conquered some land, but then they didn't have the capacity to ever hold it. You know, at some point the pendulum would have swung. But yeah, it's, you know, they were pretty maxed out where they were at already.
Yeah.
But no, like I said, I like to see those Australians and the US have a good relationship for no other reason than we're both kind of Western democracies, and I want a place to go on vacation, and the Middle East is kind of out for me.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to go there. You're always welcome down here, mate. And we have American, US Marines based in Darwin in the Northern Territory. So we have Americans based down here permanently. And I think
if I would have known that in the late 1980s or the early 1990s, I'd have been down there in a heartbeat.
You might have got in a punch up with Kaz.
Yeah, or stolen his girlfriend, one of the two.
That's it, mate. That's it. Those bloody dress blues would have, Kaz would have had no hope. Hey, what we'll do now, a lot of people in here, mate. Mike Blakely. Steve W's on up in the mother country, up in the UK. G'day, Steve. How are you, mate? Hope you're well. A lot of people in here have been waiting for this, mate. It's the end of the live stream where we talk about the best stuff, camping. In your YouTube channel.
Absolutely.
Let's get on to some fun stuff now. Everyone's sick of hearing about cops and bloody Marines.
Yeah. So going to start out on the YouTube thing, I knew I wanted to create some content just because I do a lot of the stuff that I watch on YouTube. But I kind of, so working as a police officer, they look out for like social media stuff, right? If I'm posting, not that I ever was going to do that. And then other times, you know, bad guys can like look up social media stuff too, or defense attorneys or whatever. So I'm never going to go on and say anything politically or police wise. And so I knew I didn't want to do a channel on police work per se, because I see a lot of that on YouTube, and a lot of it is wildly inaccurate and very sensationalistic. But I did want to do it on stuff I just enjoyed doing. And so I made the channel. But going back, I think in your last live stream, you talked about my channel name, which makes no sense whatsoever to anyone but me.
Me and Slacker thought it was a number plate off one of your vehicles.
Yeah. No, it's not. So, and I explained this to Buck when we were offline, but so 143 means I love you, and JKRD is just the first initial of my wife and kids' names. And so that was, in fact, I've got it covered up currently, but I've got a tattoo with it on.
Have you?
So, yeah, there's I don't know if it's showing up in the camera. Oh, no, it doesn't. But so that's all.
143. 143 was a Mr. Rogers, was a TV guy who was born in 1928, and 143 means I love you. I is one, love has got 4 letters, 3. So 143, I love you, and it's John, Kira, Risha, and Dana. Your kids and your wife. So that's what it means, if everyone. And if you
so it wasn't too cryptic.
If you haven't done, well, it makes sense now. When I first saw it, I thought, what is that all about? And I thought it was a number plate. If you have not done so, everyone, in case I forget to do, go into YouTube, subscribe to 143JKRD, which is John there. And, mate, now that you're retired, you'll be able to work a lot more on this and do some and show us about your part of the world. But when you started, it was always going to be about camping and touring and that type of stuff.
Yeah, I basically was just shooting content of stuff I was doing. So there's a bunch of mechanic projects on there, and my friend Rick has appeared on several of the videos. Who's a friend of mine that's a heavy equipment mechanic. So whenever I do one of these mechanical projects, if he's not there in person, I've usually got him on the phone because I'm not, I'm kind of a shade tree, like a junior mechanic maybe, or an amateur or whatever. So I get in over my head sometimes, but I've always got a mechanic friend kind of in the background that you don't see. But no, it's Dana and I love camping. We plan on doing a lot more touring type stuff. I guess what you guys would call touring. We have a small, I think in Australia you call them a caravan, but we have a fiberglass camp trailer. And so Dana and I's background is we've done a lot of extensive travel in the state of Oregon off-road. And so when you talk about like the canning stock route or a number of these longer routes, obviously nothing we've done is that long, but we did drive across the state of Oregon, which is about 600 miles.
Wow.
What's that? 900 clicks, more or less, off-road in my last Bronco, not the one I've got now, but another one that I had. But we camped out. It took us about 6 or 7 days total, maybe 8 days, where we we're off grid basically camping out, and we've really enjoyed that. But we're not. You're a young man, Buck. I'm getting older, and so sleeping on the ground or sleeping in a tent cot or a swag or anything like that. That's kind of not my jam anymore. And we're in Oregon, so it rains, and so Dana and I had a long chat, and we wanted to be able to buy an RV, recreational vehicle, a trailer in this case. And like everybody does, you go through what your finances are. And we chose this RV called the Casita, which is a fiberglass camp trailer, and it's just big enough for the two of us. It's got a bathroom and it's got a little bed in it and a kitchen and that sort of thing. But again, there's just the two of us, and it's the other restriction. I didn't want to buy a new car, right? So whatever trailer we got had to be towable by the 4Runner we have, and so this is about a 2,500 pound unit, so it's not very heavy. It's well within the capacity of the vehicle.
I was going to ask you how it's 2,500 pound, which is divide that by 2.2, and that gives you kilograms. So we've got I've got some good photos of the Casita. Is it? It's that's how you pronounce it?
It's let's see, that's me in Hawaii.
That's in Hawaii. I was going to ask you what that thing. Please tell me that's Dana there.
Yes, it is.
Or I've just got you in the ship.
Yeah, no, that's Dana and I. We're in Oahu there. That's where Jurassic Park, part of it was filmed on that ranch. We went on a side-by-side ride.
Oh, in Hawaii. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's on Oahu. And
that's what I'd love to own if I had a property, mate. One of those Polaris or Kawasaki type.
Oh, no, I'll take my CJ5 any day.
Yeah, is that right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Well, yeah, first of all, you can drive it on the street. You can't drive those on the street.
No. But if you had a cattle property or something, it'd be good way to get around. There it is there, mate.
There it is.
That's the little Casita.
Yeah,
it's a cute. What year is that, mate? It looks like it's a really old, almost looks like it could be a 1960s type caravan. What year is it?
That one is a 1999, but it's funny. You can buy a brand new one. A 2024 model looks just the same. They're kind of like the Airstream trailers. They just never change. And so, that's an older one. But again, the other thing I don't do is I don't buy anything on credit, or I try to avoid it. And so whatever RV we got, it was just going to be something that we could buy cash. And so that was about,
and you use it.
Yeah. And that one was about 10 grand. And so going back to the overlanding stuff, I've never seen anybody, this is a great image. In fact, everybody will see, but I got that awning, that 180 awning, and put that on there because it didn't have an awning when I got it.
No.
And so I'm kind of adapting some overland type gear. Well, we in the US call overland gear, but you probably call it like touring type stuff.
Yeah.
For more off-road use. And in my next video, I've done some improvements that'll make this make more sense here. But that was our
Velcro. Has that got Velcro around the inside of that awning?
It has Velcro straps to hold the poles up.
Oh, okay. I was thinking if you had the Velcro around there, they'll shady gear walls would be good there. You know, gives you a
Oh,
bit of.
yeah. No, it doesn't have Velcro. It has zippers. So you can purchase
Oh,
walls for
right.
that.
Yeah.
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 No, I see where you're getting at. No,
Yeah.
you
No,
can put walls on. You can put walls
yeah.
on it if you
Make
want.
yeah. How good's that? You
Yeah.
know, if you've got a bit of horrible weather and that, you've got a bit of protection or from the sun or whatever. But that's a great
Yeah.
little setup, mate. You got a bed, a toilet, you got somewhere to go in. It's a great little bloody. It looks good, I reckon. There's another one there. I love that. That's a great shot.
This is how I got onto the Mr. Buckaroony channel. Was that whole Jawa, man? I spent days on Google trying to figure out how I could find one of those in the U.S. and I couldn't. I couldn't find one.
Well, they turn up in a 30 or 40-foot ISO container, mate. Already like that. That's how Jawa get them in from China. So, but
it's,
mate. That's nothing wrong with
how
that.
long was your trailer, Buck?
15 foot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is 16 or 17.
Okay, well,
so
15 foot was the box part. Obviously, the drawbar and that was more, but yeah, that was a 15 foot.
Yeah, so pretty similar sized. Inside that front door there's a bathroom to the right, and then in the back, when you go make a left, there's a kitchenette just against the wall that we're looking at, and then in the rear where the window is where the bed is.
Yeah,
and you kind of sleep kind of acrossways in the trailer, and as long as you're kind of 6 foot or under, it's fine.
Yeah,
you know, if you were over 6 foot, you'd probably rub on the edges.
No, that's all right. Have you got enough storage? Like in the side, there's some bins there for storage to put your fire pit and some luggage and all that type
no, the storage absolutely sucks on it. The interior storage is fine, but no. In fact, the video that I have in the hopper right now kind of goes over some of this stuff. So in my next video, if you see where the trailer drawbar is,
Yes.
I've installed. It's sitting outside right now. I've changed the wheels and tires since this image was taken, and then on the front, I put a Stromberg rack on the front, which is a 300-pound generator shelf.
Yes.
And so it goes over the top of the propane tanks. And then I've installed a 48-inch wide by 18 by 18 storage container, or a box basically to haul gear in. Because the biggest downfall of this trailer is it drives me nuts to like have to take the stuff from outside and take it inside the trailer to pack up. I want to keep all the bits and bobs that you use when you set up the fire pit and all that crap, and then have to haul it inside the interior of the trailer. And so I installed that box with the purpose of, chalk blocks and straps and just whatever. I can just chuck it in my camp stove, table, stuff like that. I can chuck it inside that box.
No, look forward to seeing that. Make sure you subscribe, everyone, and see John's little
the next video. Like I said, I almost released it a couple days ago, but that's when you were asking before about what video I was on, and that one popped up in my head, so it threw me off. But yeah, I have an unreleased video that I just shot here last week that I kind of go over some of that stuff. It's for me, it's a little bit longer video because again, I go over the tires, and again, trying to convince a tire guy that no, I don't want to buy just regular, camp trailer tires, that I need off-road tires. And no, it's not an off-road RV, but it's going to see use on dirt roads and gravel roads and that sort of thing.
You want a good tough all-terrain tire at least. You don't need a big mud terrain, but a good all-terrain tire.
Well, and that's what I did. I went in with I went into the first tire store and I tried to explain to the guy, hey man, I want an American-made all-terrain tire, and the wheels you see here are a 14-inch wheel. And I said, look, if I know that the size of the wheel is kind of a limiting factor. So if we need to go to a bigger size, let's just do that or whatever. And I had to go to a second tire store because they just didn't stock anything that wasn't some sort of Chinese, shitty trailer tire. And so
you're going down that way too. What's another good Coopers, I guess, or BFG? What's another American brand tire?
I put BFGs on it, so it's got BFG KO2s on it now on 15-inch wheels. Oh, dude, wait till that video comes out. I'm in sticker shock because it cost me $900 to put 3 tires and wheels on that, because I replaced the spare as well.
Yeah.
But the tires you're seeing there are, in fact, I got really lucky on this camping trip because the tire we're looking at had a bald spot from a broken belt. And those were 2018 tires, date code. And so they were, I was really lucky not to have a blowout. But no, we're
to upgrade.
What's that?
That was the excuse to upgrade.
Yeah.
So you
well,
went
I was going to,
trims and BFGs.
Yeah, with a slightly taller tire.
Yeah.
But it's no, I bought a lift kit for it that I was going to install, but the lift kit was matched to the axle. Well, I got in there it was a bolt-in kind of a block arrangement that bolts between the frame and the axle. And I didn't realize that the manufacturer had welded the axle in versus bolting it. And so I'm in the middle of re-engineering that. I'm going to have to re-weld a different, thank you, Lorna.
You got a couple extra subs today, mate. Landy Smurf's done it. So
yeah.
Is Falcon an American brand as well, is it?
I'm not sure where Falcon would have been an option. Had the guy suggested it, I would have bought those. They make great tires. I'm unclear where they're made specifically, but they're a brand. I told the guy I don't care really where it's built per se. I just want to be able to buy a brand that I know the name, right? And Falcon is a very popular tire brand here in the U.S. As well as BF Goodrich, obviously, and a variety of others. Middo, Maxxis. I think we share many tire brands, because a bunch of quality tires are made in China. I just don't want to buy some that are crap. And I knew I needed an all-terrain.
Japan might get tires as well, Yokohama and that. Where are the Casitas made, mate? What state are they made in?
They're made in Texas.
Are they? Right.
No, they're a very unique RV. There's a couple, 2 or 3 manufacturers that make fiberglass trailers in the U.S. And they've effectively.
We've lost him.
What's that?
Are you back? We lost you for a minute. You're back.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway, Casita is manufactured in Texas, but they're a good brand. They have a strong following. Michelin, another good tire brand.
Michelin's American, I think. Yeah.
It's
a cool little. When you look at it, you think, oh, that looks like it was made in the 60s or whatever. But it's a cool thing.
Yeah.
We call these things. This is your friends. Camper, mate. We call these A-vans because they look like an A when they're set up, and these are very popular here in Australia. The A-vans, and I must admit, I'd love to have a closer look at them. They look like a good little bit of kit.
They're extremely light. Obviously, they're like a tent trailer, so when they break down, they're very flat and easy to tow. Yes. Honestly, Dana and I, when we were looking for an RV, these came up and we just couldn't find one we liked. But no, these are a great. Yokohama's a good brand too. But no, those A-liner or A-frame style pop-up trailers are very popular here, and they're an excellent. No, it was kind of funny because if you watch the Redwoods video, that's Jay and Kate, our friends, and they were on the Redwoods trip, and they just got soaked the entire time. They just over 2 days it rained 5 inches, and they just got destroyed. And so as soon as we got back from that trip, they started looking for an RV, and Kate actually found that one, or I found that one up in Vancouver, and then Kate and I went up and purchased it. And it was 2 very nice ladies that owned it, and they bought it new in 2021, and I think they used it 10 times. If you walked up to that trailer at a dealership, you would have sworn that it was brand new. It was just that clean. And so no, they got a heck of a deal on that. That is a great rig.
Hey, I forgot to ask you before on the Casita, what sort of electrical system have you got in that, mate? You got a 12-volt system throughout that?
Yeah, so it came with a 12-volt system. It's kind of interesting because it has 110, but it has no inverter. So basically, if you go to a campground where you can plug it in, you have 110 in the trailer. And then the air conditioner was just a straight 110 air conditioner. And so I removed that because it doesn't really apply to most of the camping that we do. And it was taking up space. So I took that out. But no, it has a 12 volt. We camp for 3 or 4 days. It just has a simple single lead acid battery in it.
Okay.
And eventually, it's kind of in the cards at some point. Obviously, if I install lithium, I'm going to need to put the DC to DC charger in, and I just haven't worked out all that stuff, and that can get expensive, as you're aware. So I haven't really worked it out, but it's all, I've changed out all the lights and stuff to LED.
Yeah,
And,
nice.
And so the only thing that really draws any power in there is the furnace, the fan from the furnace. But we just run it manually. I'll just flip it on for it's a small trailer, so I can flip that thing on for 10 minutes. Trailer's warm. We get up, get dressed, and then we just turn it off.
Yeah.
And so no, I don't know what I'll do power management wise, and obviously, like you and I were talking before, like this whole arrangement. Let me swivel the camera. Is that's tonight's arrangement powering all the little lights and light stands I've got going in here is the Jackery. So we have that for camping as well if I need one twin power or anything like that. So we've got a little bit of flexibility.
Hey, John, can you bring that camera around again? Do you have a 110? You've got the 110s. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have an RV outlet on that Jackery where you can, because we have a 10 amp for normal house stuff, but for RVs and that, we have to use a 15 amp plug. Does that Jackery have some sort of RV plug on it?
Like an Anderson plug?
No, not Anderson. Use when everything in my house here will run off 240 volts, 10 amp. But when you go to a caravan park, all the caravans and that in Australia run off a 15 amp plug, which still 240 volts, but it's 15 amp. I'd like to see the Jackery down here have a 15 amp plug on it, but it doesn't. It only has the 10 amp plugs. But
oh no, I don't know what these are rated at. 1500, 120 volt. It doesn't say the amperage on there.
Yeah,
but yeah, and obviously in the US we just run on 120 volt, and so I would imagine those are probably 15 amp, 120 volt.
Okay. Yeah,
I can't imagine they're 20 amp.
I don't know if we get the 1500 here. I know Steve Fuller's got from Soar Adventures. He's got the Jackery 1000, and I've got the Jackery 2000. You got the 1500. I don't know if we get the 1500 down here in Australia, but mate, I've only had mine a short period of time. They are a good bit. I know they're expensive, but a good bit of kit. Mr. Bullet, here we go. Terry G's got a caravan, and he had the old AGL lead acid batteries, the AGM batteries. He went to the Fall Guy Super Centre and got I don't know if you've heard us talk about a company called Kings here, which are budget entry type thing. He just got 200 amp hour, so he's going to have 400 amp of lithium in his caravan soon. And he got the $699 Oz, which is maybe $450, $500 US for a 200 amp battery. So
that's really good.
So I know lithium a few years ago was unaffordable, mate, but a lot of these companies are coming in and getting a cheaper.
It's getting more competitive. Yeah.
The average guy can start affording lithium now.
Let's see. Lorna asked, do the wings on side of awning fold in to close it up? And that's yes. It kind of folds in on itself. So first you unstrap it's an Australian type of, I don't know where Lorna is at, but they're all knockoffs of Australian awnings. You guys have had these batwing awnings forever. But basically, if you look at the right side of the picture, you release the top strap and kind of fold that arm in, and then you release the back one, and that left-hand side all folds up.
Yeah. Very easy to set up, and that's a great addition to the caravan, mate. That's a great addition.
Well, I just wanted it easy, and I just don't see enough people. Again, in the U.S. you have overland people who typically have a rooftop tent and a bunch of other very expensive kind of useless crap, and then you have RV people they don't really cross at all. And they're just they're two different segments, and so I wanted to steal a little bit from the overland side to be able to use, because there are some good products. So like that awning there has been fantastic. It does not leak. It's just really well constructed.
Yeah.
And
I watch
it's
a guy here, Andrew St. Pierre White from Four by Overland.
oh yeah,
South Area. He's living in Perth now. When he
Uh-huh.
goes to the United States, he always goes to Oregon to some big overlanding expo or whatever. Do you know the one I'm talking about? Like what he would be going to? It's massive, apparently.
It's about 2 or 3 hours from my house, and I
Yeah.
was thinking about going this year. I don't know if we're going to be in town for it, but no, I've heard really good things about it. And
Yeah.
he old ASPW, he borrows somebody's car and then he talks shit about it the whole time. Yeah.
He calls a spade a shovel, Andrew. He's brutally honest, honest. And that's why I think some companies don't want to.
For sure.
Just given Ronnie Darla, Grenadier Ineos or Ineos Grenadier for 6 months, but they don't do it with Andrew. I think he's too brutally honest, and they're frightened about what he's going to say. But Andrew pulls no punches. If something's not right, he lets people know. And I think that's why a lot of companies don't want to. Hey, if you've got faith and you reckon you've got a good product, give it to Andrew St. Pierre White, because if he talks it up and says it's good, it's good.
Well, on top of that, I think he spends some time in this area just because he's got an American friend that lives up in Seattle, and so that kind of brings him up into this area, and that sort of thing. But no, I'll tell you what, if you want to watch outdoor content, camping content, then just watch his channel, because that guy has forgotten more and knows more about video making and editing and whatever else. He is really a high quality video producer.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one. Have you seen Mark Lavelle saying there's a funny movie RV with Robin Williams? I haven't seen that one.
I haven't. I'm aware of the movie, but it's basically Robin Williams is a family man and they rent an RV and like drive across the U.S. But I haven't seen the movie.
If he's in it, it will be funny. So
yeah, for sure.
There's the AV there, which we've talked about, and I think this could be the last slide, mate. The Snow Peak Fire Pit, which didn't realise. They got I've got the same one, the Snow Peak, great fire pit, being copied by a million different companies now, which they buy off Alibaba and put their own name on it. King's been one of them, but they are being done to death. But the Snow Peak were the original ones. Not a cheap. Anything with Snow Peak on it is expensive, but I never. We'll talk about bears soon. I shouldn't have that.
Yeah,
they'll Snow Peak. They are a good fire pit. They really are.
Yeah. No, I was pleasantly surprised. We had a solo stove before that, but the thing that the snow, and I like that stove, but it's not as easy to store. That Snow Peak just folds up into nothing and is easy to carry around with you. No, I was really pleasantly surprised. That has been a game changer. And that sort of gear I never buy myself. Dana bought that. Again, most of this stuff, like the Jackery, the Snow Peak, there's a variety of my camera, both my cameras, my computer, all that stuff has been like birthday presents, Christmas gifts, that sort of thing. And there's the Snow Peak there.
Roz, are you listening to this? John's just telling us about everything Dana's bought for him. Jackery, fire pits, camping gear. I'm just trying to give you a few hints, that's all. I'll get knocked out in
no, I'm too cheap. That's the other reason I watched the Mr. Buckaroony channel, is I wanted to learn how to build battery banks so I didn't have to buy one.
Yeah, do it on the thing. Phil the Maniac's the one to watch. Have you got the grill and that goes on so you can cook on it as well?
Are you kidding? Dana bought it. She bought everything. Yeah, it's got the whole bit. Yeah.
And that's the one too. My Snow Peak came with the base plate and the cross legs, so it gets it up so you can't scorch the grass and that. And some caravan parks will allow you to have the Snow Peak fire pit, so they're very, very good. And I asked you before we went live, we're not going to see any cook up soon on your channel, mate. Apparently, you're not the best cook in the world.
I didn't say that. I just don't want to put it on video. And I eat very simple food. And so, I would suffer by comparison. I'm not going to be knocking out old Harry Fisher or anything, making food on a YouTube channel. That's not really my game. Well, if it's like salad and red meat, then yeah, tune in because that's probably what I'm eating.
Yeah,
I'm pretty low carb, so that sort of
yeah,
thing isn't really in my wheelhouse.
yeah. No, nothing wrong with that, mate. And as I said, when you
Yeah.
go camping, you don't want to be. A lot of the times, the worst thing is it's not cooking up the meal; it's the cleaning up afterwards is the pain. When you use too many pots and pans, some
Hmm.
sausages or some steak over the fire or over some charcoal. Keep it
Yeah.
simple, stupid. Yeah,
Although I just
but
bought a new camp stove, so that'll be in one of the upcoming videos. So I
looking
bought a
forward to
new
it.
folding Coleman camp stove. I think it's kind of a knockoff of the oh gosh, what's it called? Oh, it looks like the jet boil ones, that kind of fold
Yeah,
up to like an old waffle iron, and it just folds out
yeah.
like that. And
Okay.
with two burners, two 20,000 BTU burners. So
Yeah.
I'll cook something on that video just to show mostly
Do
what
it.
I do
Do
is
a cook
boil.
up
Yeah,
just for the
that or
Aussie.
I'll at least boil coffee on it.
You won't be any worse than Rob the Wanderer. He can burn water, that guy, when he cooks out camping. Rob can boil the thing dry. So
Yeah.
no, it'd be good, mate. I'm looking forward to seeing your upcoming videos now, and everyone's seen the casita now and all that type of
Hmm.
stuff. I think, yeah, nothing wrong with a snag. We call sausages snags here on a bit
Yeah.
of bread, and just thing. And we
Mhm.
couldn't get through a live feed, mate, without talking about bears. I did one with Slacken, and I reckon we went for 3 hours, 2.5 hours. We were talking about grizzly bears. Is that a grizzly bear or just a brown bear?
That's a brown bear. That's
Different thing.
yeah, that's at my house. That's right in the
Yeah, I
street
know.
at my house. So no, we actually have a what they call bear-proof trash cans. In fact, you can kind of see the brown trash can in the corner of the picture.
Yes.
It hasn't popped up, so the folks are probably thinking we're crazy. But anyway, to the left of the image, next to the tree, is a bear-proof trash can. See how it's got kind of the ridges at the top? That's actually
Yeah.
threads. So you screw the top on that, and it keeps the bears out. But
Slacken was telling us about these very bins on his live feed the other night.
Mhm. Yeah. So I've chased a number of bears out of my yard, off my back porch. Before we had a bear-proof trash can, I picked up the trash out of the street a couple different times, and then I wised up and bought one. They're relatively inexpensive. It was like $50 to buy it. It wasn't that bad. But no, we definitely have bears, and they do like trash cans.
Well, I tried
No.
to download the video of this, and it
Yeah.
wouldn't let me download it. But he actually gets a bag of rubbish, and you come out and chase him away, and he runs across, and he had a bag of rubbish in his paws.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know if I got that one on video. No, I chased one
Yeah.
off. I've only had one really bad kind of result, and I was kind of the opposite side, like to the right of that photograph would be my house, and a bear was coming after the trash can, and I went out in the yard. Normally, these brown bears, they just run away. They don't want human contact, and this one like turned around, and unfortunately for him, I had a Galil at the time, and so I let off about, I don't know, 6 or 10 rounds into the ground in front of him, and he took off at about 30 miles an hour. So that worked out fairly well for me. But yeah, no, I generally don't have problems with them. You just yell at them and they run away.
Yeah, and which is there. Do you do you get grizzlies in Oregon as well?
I don't think so. I've never heard of it. I think that's more of a Montana, Canada, Alaska situation. And I don't know what the difference between a grizzly and a brown bear is. I mean, obviously it's size, but I'm not a bear expert, but I do know that's a brown bear.
Yeah, well, I didn't know I thought a brown bear was a grizzly, but there are two different things. When you're out camping, John, are they? I know Americans always go on about Australia, and Australia's got everything that can kill you. Well, if you stay away from the water, you're right. But snakes are the biggest danger down here, mate. And we've got all the bad boys down here, and we've got a couple of bad spiders. But snakes are a genuine threat to you in the Australian bush. If you get tagged by one, you're in deep shit. Someone died from an eastern brown bite down in Townsville a couple of weeks ago. They are a danger without trying to talk it up a bit. But you've got to be a bit sensible how you do things. When you go camping and you're sitting in the bush, are you always thinking about these things in the back of your mind? Will they attack you while you're camping and that? Like, we don't have cougars and bears and mountain lions.
Most animal attacks in the woods here are people messing around. They're trying to get a selfie in a park or something like that. Although, having said that, one of my search and rescue missions that we did unfortunately involved a female hiker that was killed by a cougar. A lion attack. Yeah, and that was probably less than a mile from my house. And so I'm not sure what this, obviously it wasn't witnessed and she didn't survive. So it was very, but that's like the first cougar attack in this area for the last 100 years. I mean, that's not like a common thing, but it's very unfortunate. But no, I don't get worried about wildlife like this. Again, most of the time they're trying to get away. And, well, I'm armed most of the time as well. So it's just not a concern. It's not something I think about, and like I said, I've never had a negative encounter with any wildlife personally that didn't just try to flee.
Okay.
As opposed to snakes and spiders, which just sneak up and bite you.
Yeah, the bloody snakes are a problem. And that was a big thing when I was in the army, mate. The snake bite treatment, and that was a big deal. Like, it was always heat stroke, heat exhaustion, snake bite. They were the three big ones. And so anyway, that ends the slideshow, mate.
Good.
There you go. This live feed, is it the 28th of April in Oregon yet? Because this has been going a while.
Yeah. No, it's like 10 to midnight or 10 to 11.
Oh, 10 to 11. We've got another hour.
Yeah.
No, we'll call it up there, mate. Yeah. So it is the 28th of April down here. Anyway, mate, this has been going, I don't know how long we've been on. It's been well over 3 hours, I think. So, but it's been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, 3 hours and 51 minutes, according to my clock.
I'm going to go for 4 hours to beat Phil the Maniac. We'll go for another 9 minutes because I want. Here's a go. Phil the Maniac went for 3 hours 50 the other day. I'm going to beat Phil the Maniac. And when me and Slacken up in Toronto, we're going to do a 12-hour marathon. You're going to have to join us for that one in one of the half-hour time slots. And come on.
Yeah, I don't think half hour's long enough.
Have you tried Vegemite?
No, I kind of understand what it is, but no, I've not tried it.
There's a guy on there called the Crazy Russian Hacker, and he's originally from Ukraine or Russia. He lives in North Carolina now. Anyway, he's got a massive YouTube channel, and he's quite entertaining. I sent him over some Vegemite, and I put strict instructions and said, when you do it, you make some toast in the toaster, heaps of butter, and a thin spread of Vegemite, and it's very nice. It's an acquired taste. What's he do?
Sure.
Gets a teaspoon of it like that, and he almost vomited. And I love Americans' reactions to Vegemite. It is an acquired taste. We are brought up on it from the time we can gum a little bit of toast with some Vegemite on it as little babies. We've got Vegemite in our mouth, so we're brought up with it. And like a young fella Robbie up in Toronto, I sent some Vegemite up, and they sent me a clip of Robbie trying Vegemite for the first time, Canadian, and the look on Robbie's face when the taste hit him, it was priceless, mate. Absolutely. I'm gonna have to send you a tube over. What I'll do, I'll get your address. I'm gonna send you and Mike Blakely over some Vegemite, and you'll have to do a little video clip next time when you're out camping. And try
my dog is hitting the tripod here. Come on, buddy.
Yeah.
Here, let's go outside. Come on, Tiber.
We'll have to get John to try some Vegemite and put it on your clip, mate. One of your upcoming clips. We'll have a look at your reaction to it. But the trick is, less is more. You don't put too much on. I mean, we do as Aussies, but when you first try it, is a nice crusty bit of bread or a piece of toast, heaps of butter, and a thin spread of Vegemite, and I think you'll like it. But if you have it, if you have too much, it'll blow your head off. It's yeast extract, like vegetable yeast extract. It's she's pretty potent stuff, but it puts hairs on your chest. It's good stuff.
No, we can. I'm eager to try that out. So
what we're going to do, mate? We're going to get you a tube of Vegemite over, and you got to promise that you're going to have to do a little video and of you and Dana, and maybe even the kids if they're close by, doing the family Vegemite challenge and trying some Vegemite. That'll be
maybe Risha when she's in town, because I don't think Kira would be down for that, but Risha'd probably do it. Yeah, for sure.
Where's John Jr., mate? Where's he living?
He lives in Salem. So he lives in the state capital.
Oregon.
Yeah, he's close by. He's about an hour and 15 minutes from where I live. In fact, that's where Risha's moving to.
Okay.
Great live.
Nice. Lukey Reed down here. Lukey lives in Launceston, which is on the north side of northern part of Tasmania, mate, down in the Apple Isle, we call it. So Lukey's down there in Tasmania, which is where the Port Arthur massacre happened in '96, mate. 28 days. 28 years ago today. Can you believe that? We were going to talk about guns, and I wanted to let you know about that massacre, which is what led to us not having semi-automatic rifles. It's 28 years today, 28th of April, that bloody horrible incident happened, which bloody shocked the whole country, mate. We're not used to that stuff down here, and our Prime Minister bloody said, that's it, not happening again, and it hasn't yet, thank God. Our gun violence is down, our knife violence is up. I'll just leave it at that one. But
violence is going to be violence.
We have a joke here that Tasmanians are all related to each other because it's a little small state and that they marry their sisters and got two heads and all that. We're pretty horrible to the Tasmanians, but they got thick skin. Mr. Bullet says Vegemite is a good source of vitamin B, and so is beer, Mr. Bullet. Mr. Bullet's over in Perth in Western Australia, mate. So, what's fantastic, mate, is we got you sitting in Oregon in the USA, Mike Blakely in Colorado, Steve W. and Andy Riches in the UK, Steve Wilkes in Mexico, and people on here from all around Australia. It's fantastic. I love these live feeds, and this one's been very
you mentioned did Kaz does live feeds as well?
Yes, he does, mate. He does it, and Kaz does his is military orientated, and Kaz does a fantastic job of trying to get young kids. A lot of his audience are school kids, high school kids that are thinking about joining the military. And Kaz, I don't know how many people have joined the Defence Force because of Kaz. He should be on the recruiting payroll, mate, for the Australian Defence Force. And he's ex-infantry, very pro-infantry, and he too goes on and he's concerned about. We always go on about things were tougher in our day and all that. As it, when you went through Marine base, basic training, the boot camp, it was pretty tough back then, mate. And we're always worried about that the standards are getting lowered. And I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, and I know they are, mate. I know the standards thing because I see so many YouTube clips and that, and Australian soldiers getting around with pot guts, beer guts and stuff now. And I just think, my God, do they do PT anymore?
That was what we used to talk shit about the Army all the time. When you were in the U.S. Marines, there was we had like standards, if they had height and weight standards. And if you were labeled a fat body, man, they rode you. You lost weight.
You weren't allowed to be a private pile.
No.
Speaking of which, I remember I used to watch Gomer Pyle, that comedy show back in the day. Oh, Gomer Pyle. The Army probably gave you shit over him, did they?
What's that?
Did the Army give you shit about Gomer Pyle, like Jim Neighbours and that
No,
show.
the biggest thing that the Army always reminds you is that the Marine Corps is a department of the Navy, not its own military force. And our response to that would be it's the men's department.
And I've also seen a lot of comments about Marines being crayon eaters, eating crayons. That's the other
deserved reputation.
Yeah. Oh, the Marines. He's gone through another box of crayons. I love the bean.
Here's the thing, Buck. All those other services have every right to criticize the Marine Corps just because we have a well-deserved reputation for doing dumb shit. You know, the Marine Corps that's what you do, is just dumb stuff all the time. Every 5 or 10 years, the president decides he's going to go to war with somebody and they send the Marines out and we blow shit up. That's just how it works.
Aussie soldiers have got a reputation for that too, doing dumb shit, but it's usually after too many beers. And Mike Blakely's ex-Marines too, mate, if you didn't know.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you two are going to have to hook up and have a chat, I think. Mike said, I missed the talk about the Marines. Go back and watch the replay, Mike. And I'll tell you what, before I go, Mike, I just want to, if you missed that, I just want to go back a little bit more.
Are you going to show the Gulf War stuff?
Well, I'll just at least show you it when you're sitting on the rough end of the pineapple, mate. Where's that?
Mike, if he was in the Marine Corps, he probably wore that same hat and blouse.
Yep, the way Mike probably did. Come on, where's this? That's the police stuff. Get there, Mike. Bear with us. There's me in the coppers. There's you in the coppers. Korea, Kuwait, Okinawa. So that's Kuwait, Mike. When John went over to Kuwait, that was the oil well fires in the side mirror there. I just want to get back to your basic training photo just to show Mike, because he's there. You go. Here we go. That's me. There you go. Boot camp photo.
Yeah, it hasn't caught up yet, Buck. On the
sorry.
It's still a few behind on StreamYard. You went too fast.
Yeah, I was trying. There was a million of them. We've cracked 4 hours, Landy. Get that up, you Phil the Maniac. 3 hours 50. Get 4 hours up. Phil will take the thing. Has that caught up yet, John?
No. Yeah, you're on the. You just went past the rearview mirror image.
Yep, we're nearly there, Mike. This is John, and he was saying, Mike, that wasn't a real tunic or whatever you call them over there.
Yeah,
it was. Tell Mike the story.
Oh yeah, no, that was a boot camp photo, and you were in a long line of dudes, and that blouse was cut off like, I don't know if you can see it on here, but it was about that high, and it was just like buttoned in the back, and they just put it on you and put the hat on you, and you were, I was wearing just camouflage trousers and a green T-shirt under that, and you just put that on over the top, and they'd snap a photo and then move it on to the next guy. That was definitely a cattle call.
93, 97, 1st Marine Division, Mike Blakely.
Oh, nice. Semper Fi. I'm an old man. Sorry, I was out by then.
You joined in 88, was it, John?
I joined in 87. I was out in 91. Yeah. So I was in the I'm trying to remember. I was in the 3rd Marine Air Wing out of El Toro when I got out.
Okay.
So it would have been he was an infantry guy, or Blakely was?
I don't know. Michael let us know. And that's was your brother's wedding, mate.
Yeah.
And you dress in the dress blues there as a corporal. So I can't get that any bigger. Sorry, guys. But that's John there, Mike, at his brother's wedding in his Marines dress blues as a corporal. And I didn't realise, but you don't get the red stripe down the trousers until you become a corporal.
Oh, Blakely knows if he was in.
Yeah, 311 infantry, was it?
Yep. Yeah. 0311. Yep. I was 2532.
Yeah.
If 2531, he'd know what a 2531 is because he would have had a radio operator in his squad or his platoon. But I was a 2532. All right. I was both MOSs.
Is that, I thought 0300 was infantry.
So
in the
I'm not
Marines.
sure. No, 0311. He's right. At least
0311, is it?
Well, again, Buck, you and I are 40 years out of date, and he's 25 years out of date. But yeah, 0311 when I was in was a rifleman.
Okay, rifleman. We call it
basic
ECN,
infantry.
employment category number. ECN, and a rifleman in the Australian Army is 343, which happens to be Brad Howell went over and went to the 9/11 memorial, and he got me a New York Police Department cap.
Oh, okay.
And it had 23 police officers killed in 9/11. And he got, because Brad's an ex-firefighter, Brad got the fire department New York, and on the side of that was 343. I think there were 343 firefighters killed in 9/11, because it's on the side, embroidered on the side of the hat. And I remember that 343 is the ECN for a rifleman. And you speak to Kaz. Kaz always mentions 343, which is the equivalent of Mike 0311. I saw on Full Metal Jacket, when they were telling them where they were going, Gunny Hartman goes, 0300 infantry. So I don't know, maybe it was 0300 back in the Vietnam days or something. But
I haven't seen that movie since it was in the theater, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. Anyway,
but it's
we cracked 4 hours, mate. I'm going because I'm busting for a piss. John, thank you so much. What a great chat today, mate. We could have talked. We're going to have to do this again. I'm sure we can come up with some other subjects that people will find interesting. Thanks to everyone who hung in for 4 hours, mate, and thank you to you.
We can do some more YouTube stuff next time.
Yeah, and, we'll do talk about camping and all that, but everyone knows who you are now, mate. Get on and subscribe to the channel, 143JKRD, which is your family, and we'll find everyone over here in Australia. 0300 is combat arms, Mike was saying. 0300, okay. Yeah, 0311 is rifleman. Thanks, Mike, for that. And it'd be good if you and Mike can hook up and, I don't know, have a chat one day between yourselves. I'm sure you might even know some of the same people, and it's a small world, isn't it? It really is.
It is. It is, absolutely.
And, mate, for everything you've done, thank you. Like Marines, police, your search and rescue, mate, you've done some stuff. And I always say on my channel, everyone's got a story, and you're just yet another one who's part of the community, who's got a lot of fantastic stories. And there's probably a lot we didn't hear about tonight. But thanks a lot for coming on, mate. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. I'm glad everyone's seen you now, and will come on your YouTube channel when they see you in the chat room from now on, when I'm doing another live feed with someone else. Everyone knows who you are, can come on and say g'day and ask you how things are going over there in Oregon, mate. Regards to your family. I hope some of them see this. It'd be good to maybe see them on there one day. And
well, Rish will be on a video at the end of the next month, probably the first week of June. She'll have a video because we're going to make that cross-country trip. So I'll do a video on that.
Good stuff, mate. We're looking forward to seeing more upcoming stuff from you. And I know you always make a joke about yourself making marginal stuff, mate. It's pretty good. You're good to watch. You don't take yourself too serious. But
no, you can't.
Just keep showing us some of that beautiful bloody countryside that you live in over there, because it's absolutely spectacular. We don't get to see a lot of that stuff down here where we are. And that's what the great thing about YouTube is, seeing people's part of the world, and you live in a really nice part of the world, let me tell you. So
no, I appreciate it, Buck. I appreciate the sentiment. That's why I watch so much Australian content. It's always exciting to watch someplace that you're not, it's hard to get there. Trust me, I've researched how to go to Australia. I've got Gumtree up on my phone looking at old 4-wheel drives all the time.
It's a long way. It's a long way over there to the USA, isn't it? Roz has been to the USA and Hawaii, and I haven't. But if I wasn't
it's pretty common. I ran into a ton of Aussies in Oahu, because I think it's pretty common if you're coming to the U.S., especially with your family, to like go to Disneyland. to stop off in Hawaii.
Well, it just breaks the trip up because it's a long flight, and I think it's maybe 8 or 9 hours to Hawaii. So it just breaks that flight up. And I'm a bit of a nervous flyer, mate. I flew too much with the Royal Australian Air Force. I don't trust pilots.
Airlines are a little different.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, mate, all the best. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And it's been an absolute pleasure having you on, mate. And for any Americans that hung in there for 4 hours, thank you so much. You almost made it to the 28th of April, where it is down here in Down Under. Mate, great having a chat. I'm sure we'll do it again sometime. And keep in touch, please.
Yeah, I'll message you. And feel free to pass my info on to Kaz. Will
do, mate. And I will. Let's get that happening, because I know Kaz is just all about military. He'll love to have a chat with you, mate. And
sure. If he wants to listen to an old guy talk about the Marines from 40 years ago. Yeah,
as I said, we didn't call them crayon eaters. We just called them dumb grunts.
Well, whatever fits.
Dumb grunts. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, everyone. For everyone who lasted the whole live feed, we beat Phil the Maniac. Thank you so much. Take care. Be good to each other, and we'll catch you again soon. Thanks again, John.
And thank you. Thanks, Buck. Thanks all you